cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 126. News about Sienna's fall spread like wildfire throughout the whole city. In no time, numerous flyers and posters were being rained upon the conquered people and posted everywhere in their ruined homes. The forces for occupation would soon be arriving. But Leyla could care less about what was happening in front of her. Everything was still like a dream. No, a nightmare. All she wanted was to wake up. She was swaying mindlessly as she walked around the corner of a street, absent-mindedly blending in amongst the huddling crowd. She caught sight of the poster and found nothing shocking. It was just as she expected to see. It was a declaration of surrender, urging everyone to comply with the Berg army as peacefully as possible, and they will be provided with shelter. It also contained a set of guidelines to follow as soon as the occupational forces arrived. Government offices would seize control of the occupying forces, and double as a storage unit for their ammunition and weapons. Communications would also be set up in them. Any retaliation will be met with an equal hostile force, and no one could leave unless they have an authorized pass to do so, which can only be granted by the highest commanding officer in the force. All around her was a mixture of fear, frustration, and anger. But Leyla still felt so removed from everything. The war barely entered her mind as something important. Nothing left was important anymore. So why should she even care if Sienna was still part of Levita, or Berg? It was all pointless. She felt herself get pushed around left and right, still mindlessly walking towards the apartment she once shared with her father. She trudged up the stairs, limbs so heavy, but her mind so far away from reality. She barely remembered when she reached her apartment. She only realized she had already arrived when she found herself seated at an empty dining table for two. She stared at the seat across from her, the numbing pain in her chest returning, but the tears long dried up in her eyes. Her father's funeral had not been too long ago, but it felt like forever since he had gone and left her behind. She knew she was wide awake, but everything made less sense than it did before. It all still felt so surreal. She couldn't even find the motivation to do anything every day, but her body would move without her thinking about it. She felt like a dying plant, desperately being watered every day to bring it back to life. But nothing was worth living anymore. Not unless it meant visiting her father by the makeshift cemetery they had ever since his funeral. It was the only thing that could get her out of the house. Cold air blew into the hole in her apartment, from where a window once was. She should probably have gotten it fixed by now, but she couldn't find enough care to even bother. The skies were a lot bluer without the glass. Normally, she would describe this one to be a beautiful day. It was a crisp autumn morning, the rubble cleared from the streets as busy constructions could be heard outside and by the neighboring room. But everything felt so faded to her. She was so lonely. She didn't want to be alone again. "Uncle." She called out, her voice raspy from the prolonged unused. "Uncle Bill." She called out again, a lot louder this time, before giggling to herself. Why was she amused? She didn't know, she just felt like laughing. "Uncle Bill." She called out for again, in a sing-song voice, before laughing by herself again when only silence met her. Thump. 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 She could hear familiar footsteps heading towards her in response, and she turned around to look at the closed door to his room, expecting it to open any moment now. She grinned expectantly as she looked at his room. But nothing came. Her grin grew stiff on her lips, but there was nothing but silence around her in her apartment. She turned back to look at the table in front of her and began drawing circles with the gathered dust on top of it, absent-mindedly humming. She missed the annoying sounds of the bell tower. If there was such a loud sound like that every hour, she wouldn't feel this empty inside. Anything was better, no matter how annoying the sounds would be, than this complete silence deafening her. She could always leave Levita. But Leyla found no energy to do so. Instead, she found herself plopping back into her bed, eyes drawn to the glassless window in the room. The window was fortunate enough to not get wrecked into a hole, but the glass remnants still littered on the floor. She'd been extra careful to avoid them. It was another thing she needed to get fixed, but what was the point? Ah yes, winter was coming upon them soon. Leyla blinked owlishly, eyes slowly gazing up on the plain ceiling above her. When was the last time she bought groceries? She couldn't remember. Food must have run out by now too. What did she eat last? Was it 2 days ago? She was certain it had been stale bread. She had to force it down her throat, barely able to swallow and taste it. The familiar pangs of hunger came over her at the thought of food. Still, she found no reason to get up from the bed. By now, most of the people of Siena had been confused, their lives uprooted so quickly from what they used to know. Any day now, the occupational forces would be arriving and making the necessary changes to officially declare Siena as a city of Berg. Suddenly, she remembered seeing a grocery store on her way back from the cemetery. But it had also been wrecked in the war, so she doubted she could buy food from there. She knew it was irresponsible of her to be starving herself, especially in her condition, but it is what it is. Oh, Uncle Alan. She remembered Uncle Alan and his family evacuating from Siena as soon as her father's funeral had been finished. They were headed straight for the capital before more forces arrived and prevented them from leaving. He had apologized profusely to Leyla, even asking her to come with them, but Leyla couldn't find it in herself to flee. And so they bid each other goodbye, with Uncle Alan apologizing once more for having to leave her alone. But Leyla could not begrudge them for leaving. He had been kind enough to offer them shelter when they left Arvis, despite having little to no contact with Bill Rimmer. Kind enough to get them back on their feet, so there was nothing for him to apologize for. She didn't want to burden him further by tagging along. Not when it hadn't been too long ago since they first met. Additionally, she couldn't leave her father's resting place. Before he left, he did stop by one last time, leaving her substantial rations and supplies she might need in the immediate future. It was all he could do for her after all. One last piece of grace for their short time together. Uncle Alan couldn't even look her in the eye when saying goodbye. Leyla couldn't help but feel terrible about it. So she thanked him for thinking about her, and wished him safer travels. And just like that, she lost another family in her life. Eventually she found herself fishing out the supplies he'd left her, grabbing hold onto a bottle of pickled apricot. Amongst the other things he'd left her with was a box of her father's things, which he managed to salvage from the wreckage of the warehouses. She couldn't find it in herself to open it. She didn't want any more reminders that he was gone. And so she popped open the bottled glass of pickled apricot and began to eat it messily, her hunger driving out the care for table manners as she gobbled one after another. She didn't even bother using any utensils, just using her hands to fish each piece out of the container. Sweet juices dribbled down her chin and arms, and Leyla found herself smiling as she ate the sweet food. A hand went up to her cheeks, checking to see if she was crying. It was dry, save for the juice remnants now sticking on her cheeks. This could be like crying too, she supposed. How selfish it was of her, to keep eating like this. But it did nothing to ease the hunger and exhaustion in her body. How selfish it was of her to still try so hard to survive, when there was nothing worth living for anymore. Siena's defeat came easier than predicted, with the Lewellin army immediately losing their morale as soon as their fortress had been breached. It was almost as though they were banking on it to hold up the entire defense of the city. As soon as the Berg army broke through, they immediately began to retreat further into the city, effectively trapping themselves for slaughter. As soon as a full-scale exchange of fire and explosions took place, everything began to collapse at an immense pace. More and more forces of the Berg army filtered through the opening, quickly overwhelming the Lewellin forces defending the line. And soon enough, even the mayor of Siena had immediately waved the white flag. He stood in front of the gate, welcoming them amicably as he could despite the clear despair in his expression. His people would be guaranteed safety with their surrender after all. Siena was only just a place. He would surrender Lewellin control to keep them safe, and would follow every order they would be given. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. It was the best choice they had with the hand they were dealt with. Matthias was amongst the commanding officers who rode on top of a military car. His eyes raked critically at the odd-looking city in front of him. He could see exactly where the bombs from the airstrike had been dropped, and how much damage was done to the city, but generally, the city seemed to be calm enough. He even noted how brighter and serene the surroundings were compared to the foggy sunlight in Berg's cities. The procession of the Berg army continued on, slowly traveling across the city to showcase their arrival. Some soldiers could be seen stopping by the square and immediately enjoying the spoils of war. One by one each commanding officer stepped down from their vehicles, Matthias following not too far after them. He held loosely his officer cap in one arm during the ride, before putting it back into place as he got out. He got up last from the stairs, before standing in attention, looking all elegant and pristine in his blue-gray Bergian uniform. So unlike the cruel titles he earned for leading the assaults against the Lewellin army. How could a cruel man have the face of an angel? His superiors began their speech, with Matthias instinctively tuning out everything they were saying. He's heard it a lot of times before. It was the same speech with every territory they occupied. It wasn't anything important to listen to anyway. It didn't concern him enough. Sienna was also warmer than he expected. But that was fine. He achieved his goal a lot faster than he expected, but he found his arrival falling a little bit short in expectation. It was a little disappointing despite the beautiful day outside. Matthias eventually found himself finally relaxing into his stance. His path had been cleared after all. All that's left to do was find his Leyla. Immediately, his eyes began to rake over the gathered civilians in the square. Faces were all despondent and angry, but Matthias barely bothered to remember them. He flashed them all his practiced smile, further alleviating him from the monstrous deeds he'd done in front of these unsuspecting civilians. Upon noticing his smile, the officers beside him began shuffling in nervousness. But he didn't mind it one bit. He wasn't interested in them, but he couldn't hide his glee at knowing he would finally have his Leyla once more. Still, it must be so out of place for him to suddenly be smiling, wouldn't it? As the speech ended, the crowd began dispersing out as quickly as Matthias expected. He loosely took off his cap once more, before steadily stepping down the stage, with no sign to indicate he was in a rush to get down. He was still as perfect as ever in appearance. All neat and elegant, even in the eyes who see him as a foe. The war made him bulk back up to his usual body form. He was no longer thin and hollow, but lithe and stronger. In no time, he made a complete recovery while serving in the war, and even his men were amazed at how quickly he bounced back from his seemingly deadly illness. "Major." A random soldier began to call out, halting Matthias in his steps as he waited for his subordinate to catch up. "I found her." He panted out quickly as soon as he stopped beside him, but the random soldier looked particularly proud of himself. Something darkened Matthias' eyes at the news, making the soldier cower slightly as Matthias turned his eyes on him. A cold chill ran down his spine as he met those icy blue eyes. Aye, he began to stutter, but Matthias quickly cut him off. "Where?" He all but snapped at the soldier as he inquired for her. The soldier couldn't help but find himself stammering with his words, sensing an odd urgency with his major. "I'm quite sure I saw her." He scrambled to take out the portrait of Leyla he'd been given. "Yes, Leyla Lewellin. I'm sure this is the one who left Berg and moved to Siena last spring." He then gave him a piece of paper, with a single address written on it. Leyla had been back in bed, lying like the dead, before finally rousing herself up by the time noon came around. She found herself fishing out more supplies from Uncle Alan's parting gift, this time munching on some hard black bread and boiled beans. She finished both off with a mug of warm water, mixed with some sugar. It wasn't enough to satisfy her hunger, but at least she wasn't feeling as weak as before. She went back to her room, looked for a clean pair of clothes, and began to wash up and change. A glance outside at the hole in her wall let her know that the day today was warmer than yesterday had been. She stepped closer to her missing window, eyes looking down at the street in front of her. It was said that today would be the day the Berg army would be arriving. Perhaps it was that, but the streets were quieter than before, further making her loneliness more prominent in the absence of distracting sounds. They had been guaranteed their safety if they surrendered, but understandably, everyone was still apprehensive about their presence and afraid. Huffing out tiredly at seeing no more movement outside, Leyla hummed to herself again, fetching a clean pair of thick, woolen socks, before putting on some shoes. Knotting the laces on tightly, she got ready to go outside. The weather was warm, so there was no need for her to wrap a shawl around herself. She didn't bother locking the door behind her as she stepped out of her apartment in her new routine of visiting her father. As soon as she reached the streets, her eyes squinted at how bright the sun was today. She placed a hand up to cover her eyes, and huffed out tiredly as she stood in place. Should she even bother going out today? No, Leyla thought after a couple more minutes, she needed to see him. Being outside was much better than keeping herself locked up in silence all day in her empty apartment. It frightened her how alone she truly was without her father. At least in the streets, she could keep her mind more preoccupied. The noises in the street outside her apartment usually gave her a small respite, but today there was none of that. Everyone was too preoccupied with the arrival of the occupational forces. It was too stifling to stay inside any further. She'd be better off outside in the heat of the sun. She hugged herself around her abdomen, trying to recall what her favorite things had been before. She couldn't help but laugh mirthlessly as one by one, each favorite thing returned to her. She lost them all in a blink of an eye. Leyla began to chuckle, holding a hand up against her mouth to prevent herself from being too loud. As soon as her laughter began to die down, it was only then Leyla noticed a second pair of shadows following hers on the ground. Leyla stared at it for a moment, before looking up ahead of her. Judging by his silhouette, it was an officer, slowly trailing behind her. And then he stopped, eventually disappearing from behind her. Once again, Leyla found herself alone. Leyla stopped as well and looked behind her, seeing not a trace of the officer. She tilted her head in wonder. Did she miss the announcement of a curfew? Something other than numbness entered Layla's body once more. She couldn't feel anything else but emptiness since her father's death. It was fear, but she couldn't fathom why. And then she spotted him, just off a distance. It was the officer who'd been following her. She couldn't see his face clearly, but she could feel his eyes on her. He stood eerily still and made Leyla uncomfortable despite the distance between them. She could feel her heart beating loudly against her chest. This feeling. This trepidation. It was so familiar. No, Leyla thought, feeling her breath leave her the more she watched the unknown officer in return. It's impossible. She was only paranoid. Of course, it was a ridiculous paranoia she conjured up after being alone for so long. The longer she stared, the longer her memories began to warp around his form and unclear face. Her past melded along with her present, falsely making him familiar to her. But Leyla refused to entertain more of this line of thought. It was simply ridiculous of her to even think about it again. She hastily turned around, unwilling to entertain more of her bad thoughts. She didn't want to know who that officer was. She needed to leave quickly, and be done with what she needed to do. As soon as she began walking once more, the officer moved with her as well. Cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 127. He couldn't find it in himself to hurry up. In fact, he was perfectly content to keep watching over her from afar. As soon as the officer gave him her address, he couldn't help the fast beating in his heart. At last, he finally has her again. He felt like he was about to burst into complete happiness. But eventually, he needed to calm down. He had a reputation to uphold, also, it was imperative he keeps a calm mind. And so without further ado, he went to the address, and as soon as he saw her, he immediately recognized her. She was as beautiful as he remembered. There was no other woman that could ever hold a beauty like hers after all. She was certainly his Leyla. And so he followed, before realizing he shouldn't spook her too soon. He didn't want her being alerted to his presence too early. He wanted to savor more of her, even if it meant he'd just look at her from afar. For now. But then she stopped and turned around to look at him. Oh, how wonderful. Had she somehow sensed their connection with one another? Surely this was a sign she was meant for him, wasn't it? He was just about to call out for her too, to close the distance between them when she abruptly turned away and began to walk away. Away from him again. But it was fine, he'll let this slight insult to him go for a while. She looked quite adorable, scurrying away from him like that. He also needed to prepare a few things too before he'd even begin keeping her safe. Before he'd wrap his hands around her neck and snap it until it broke. And so he followed her slowly, quite content in giving her a head start away from him. Matthias was in no hurry after all. It had just been last spring when Matthias was doping himself up with a myriad of sleeping pills despite his good doctor's advice. He could almost feel himself floating with each step toward her. What an ecstatic feeling it was. He watched as she eventually reached the end of an alley, before pausing once more. Matthias paused as well and watched as her body trembled around her, and saw a beautiful stretch of white sands and an emerald sea behind her. Such a beautiful sight it was. Leyla, on the other hand, found herself at a loss on what to do. Her feet were frozen in place, and she began to feel faint, but she didn't want to stop. She wouldn't dare look back either. It was clear to her, by now, she was indeed being followed, despite how calm the officer was in trailing after her. She had been such an idiot, turning into an alleyway and expecting to find a few people huddling in it, that she could seek shelter with them from the unknown officer shadowing her. The only thing she could find was a beach, populated by nothing other than the seagulls flying overhead. Everything was dead empty. Just like the streets. Why was he even following her? Was he after her because she was disobeying a decree or something? If so, he wouldn't have just stood there when she stopped and had approached her all ready to give her a reminder or even arrested her for her disobedience. But he didn't. Instead, he kept following her. And it confused her to no end, making her feel all the more frightened. Why? Why was he following her? She wanted to cry in frustration. The trepidation in her made her feel so clammy all over. He wasn't even running after her. He was just walking. And it unnerved her to no end at all. Why was he just walking if he was following her? There was no way, And an army man like him didn't have the speed and strength to catch up to her and capture her already. She couldn't even run properly. Her foot was still healing from the last air raid they had. Could it be? No. She scolded herself again. It wasn't that. She refused to believe it. But the unsettling feeling was still there. This wasn't even the first time her mind had played tricks on her. Ever since they escaped from Arvis, reality and illusion mixed and matched around her from time to time. There was no doubt in her that the latest events in her life made it worse for her. This was just like that. She was only imagining things again. But why did it feel so real? Why did it feel like something really was following her? Surely it was just a mistake, wasn't it? Everyone's gut feeling usually makes mistakes. This was just like that. She chanced to glance behind her, and immediately caught sight of a tall, dark-haired man. Duke. Her mind screamed, and her heart dropped before she turned back to the beach, and began to walk further away from the illusion once more, ignoring the way her body shook at the mere thought of him. She eventually reached the wet sand, hearing the soft waves crashing into the shore. The sand crunched beneath her shoes, and she found herself with nowhere to hide. Unless she'd rather brave the open sea than look behind her. She watched as the waves bubbled up in the sand, retreating back and forth beneath her. It calmed her down somewhat, watching this rhythmic motion. She might not be able to run anymore, but perhaps she can wake up from this realistic dream. It was time for her to open her eyes once more. She closed her eyes, and breathed in deeply, trying to bask in the sea breeze and warm sunlight around her. She quickly made a short prayer, before turning slowly around, to face her fears, and see it to be nothing but an illusion. She had been prepared to see nothing. Even prepared to see a complete stranger, ready to arrest her. But now that he stopped close enough to be seen clearly. It was undeniable now. It wasn't a dream, not even an illusion as she watched his familiar face look brightly onto her as the autumn sun framed his form majestically in front of her. Matthias von Herhardt. It was really him. And all of a sudden, her reality turned into a nightmare. Matthias was barely listening to the sounds of waves crashing behind her, his mind too preoccupied by the lovely woman in front of him. Ever since she turned around, neither of them felt the need to break the stillness between them. He was quite content to look at her and drink in her presence in front of him after so long. He watched as the wind whipped around them haphazardly, spraying a few grains of sand over their clothes every now and then. It was a cool sea breeze, framing their bodies, further making Leyla look so enticing to him. The hem of Matthias' trench coat fluttered towards Leyla, making a physical connection between them. He loved it. Seeing her in the flesh. She was still as beautiful as ever, but he never doubted her to remain so. Her golden locks still whipped around her beautiful face ever so beautifully, like the soft fluttering of wings of a canary. Her green eyes, still glistening so brightly in the daylight. His eyes began skimming down her body intensely, before stopping at the only change he could see on her. Her body, which used to be shapely and slender, was no longer just that. She was significantly thinner than before, her bones protruding sharply when he last saw her. And in place of her slender stomach, was now bulging and round. His eyes narrowed at the sight of it. Eyes solely trailed on her stomach, the wind around them whipped faster than before. Leyla shivered under his gaze, arms unconsciously coming up to hug herself, and in a poor attempt to hide her stomach from his view. She looked beautiful with her stomach all swollen like that. And then Matthias grinned at her, his eyes twinkling in glee before he barked out a laugh at seeing her squirm in front of him. There was no one else she could run. He truly has her now. Yes, his mind was so clear right now. It was almost like he'd been waiting to wake up to see and savor this moment. He'd gone willingly into a place of madness, into war, and participated freely and eagerly to reach this moment. Time with her never existed. Everything was so still and serene when it was just the two of them. And now he was out of the waters he'd long been subdued in. Ever since he had almost drowned in the Shelter River, everything had been so muddled. But now, everything has returned to its vibrant hues. He could almost describe the sun above them as sparkling, but not more than Leyla was. Even the foreign sights before him were utter masterpieces. And he could finally hear the birds singing around them once more. Leyla. Matthias smiled so widely. Finally, his little bird had been returned to him. And so he straightened up, mind clear as day at what he needed to do. Layla's eyes shook and watered as she watched his stance change from a relaxed pose to an elegant posture with purpose. But his eyes held the dark glint in them that did not match the serenity he was trying to show her. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. She felt her mouth go dry with every step he took toward her, her breathing falling short with every huff. Her body shook at the prospect of being in his arms once more. Her stomach was churning uncomfortably. What was he planning to do to her? Instinctively, her arms wrapped around her swollen belly tighter. He looked as beautiful as before, far from the nightmare he truly was, but she couldn't help but feel so overwhelmed by his presence. Especially now he stood in front of her, with nothing preventing them from being together again. "Hello, Leyla." Matthias smiled genuinely at her, a malicious glint ever so present in his eyes as he watched her cower further in front of him. He couldn't help but laugh in unbridled happiness once more. From anyone else, his laughter sounded as innocent and pure as a child's. But in Leyla's ears, they sound a lot more like the devil's. "Should I have stopped him?" A random soldier murmured to himself. "I heard she was quite pregnant too." He fretted worriedly as he kept pacing back and forth in the safety of his barracks. He couldn't help but quake in fear at the gravity of what he'd just done. "You didn't know what he would do." "Yeah, and even if you did, how are you going to stop him? March into the major's tent and rescue the damsel?" "That doesn't mean I don't have to do anything," exclaimed the young soldier, resuming his pacing while his brothers in arms listened to his worries. "Goodness, what situation have we gotten into?" grumbled another of his brother-in-arms. "I don't know, okay?" blew up the pacing soldier. "I don't know." He felt like sobbing. He had been just given an order, by Major Herhardt himself. It had been a simple task, and he'd been desperate to please his commanding officer and eagerly took the assignment with no further questions. After all, good soldiers follow orders, not question them. And so he did as he was ordered, and managed to gather information on the woman he was asked to look for. He even secured her address and gave it without a second thought to his major. All this time, he thought it had been a distant relative the major had, someone he wanted to check up on. But lo and behold, terrible rumors began spreading like wildfire around the camp as soon as the major took his leave with the flimsy piece of paper he'd written the address on. The major had kidnapped a woman. Everyone brushed it off at first. The major? Creating a scandal amidst a war? Surely not, it was not in his character after all. He might have been brutal during the execution of their orders, but surely he wouldn't dare harm a civilian. He had a respectable reputation after all. And he hardly seemed interested in anything, much less in women in the short time they've spent under his command. But eyewitnesses begged otherwise. They'd seen him in broad daylight whisking away a pregnant woman in his arms, before leading her into his establishment. He'd been seen, arms full of a protesting woman, walking with no care by the square, before entering the current hotel, which had been turned into a makeshift quarters for all commanding officers. Several witnesses, both Leviton civilians and Bergian soldiers, would swear to see the same thing. But the major had been unbothered by the wandering eyes towards them, arms still held on tightly onto the struggling woman he'd wrapped up in his trench coat. She looked soaking wet beneath the huge coat on her. At first, they thought it had been a child he'd randomly stumbled upon. She looked rather small in frame, all covered up. But those closer to witnessing him carry out the person could swear it was a full-grown woman, and a pregnant one at that. What could he even want with a pregnant woman? No one knew. They all stood by and watched as both people disappeared into his room, and hadn't emerged ever since. The soldier couldn't help but be riddled with guilt. The woman had been struggling greatly in the major's arms after all. And he'd been the one instrumental to let it happen. He couldn't turn a blind eye to it. He needed to rectify his misdeed and confront the major into releasing her. This wasn't right. He'd tried to intercept him as he'd encountered the major as he'd arrived, but the cold glare he got made him cower in fear. "Get out of my way." That had been his order, and like a coward, he did as he was told. And the major wasted no time brushing past him, the protest still loud against the soldier's ears as he squeezed his eyes shut in shame. The door to the major's room was slammed shut, and locked from outsiders. It was the last thing he knew before he found himself fretting back to his barracks in guilt and worry. He had an inkling feeling about what could happen behind closed doors, especially in the war. But he didn't want to think his commanding officer could ever do such a thing. He was the epitome of honor and grace. There's no way he would do it. "Should I get someone with a higher rank than him?" he asked no one in particular, and someone scoffed. "Oh yeah, and what do you think they'll do?" They shot back at him. "It's Herhardt, you fool." "Yeah, ranks among the army mean nothing when you're an aristocrat," agreed another. A blanket of despair settled over them as the conversation grew silent in their deep thoughts. "Arg," shouted out in frustration by the soldier as he struggled to not make more of a commotion, "I don't understand it. He never showed any interest in any girls we've encountered before. Why go overboard now? Curious about what all the fuss was about, medical officer Edmund entered the barracks. Everyone stopped and turned at the newcomer. Kyle had been rather busy going here and about the entire camp, doing his duty and assisting wherever he was called to. As such, he was once again late to the news about the current scandal in the camp. What is it? Are you hurt? Kyle immediately inquired, and everyone eyed him nervously, before another soldier immediately piped up. Hey, don't you know Major Herhardt well? They immediately asked, and Kyle couldn't help but feel his entire mood sour at the mention of the Duke. To be honest, he had been doing well lately and ignoring the fact he's in the same area as the Duke. It helped when he'd been quick to volunteer to assist in places he knew would take him as far away as possible from the Duke. I don't know if I know him as well as I should. Kyle remarked dryly. What is this all about? He asked anyway, his curiosity getting the better of him. What is it? He asked again, noting the nervous glances that were being exchanged. Did something go wrong? Well, started the soldier right across from him, we were wondering if he'd always been like that. What? Kyle frowned in confusion. Like what? You know, someone who likes kidnapping pregnant women and dragging them kicking and screaming into their room, that sort of thing? Piped up another in a nonchalant manner. Kyle felt his stomach drop at the sudden question. What? He couldn't help but ask in disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? He asked, louder than before, looking around the soldiers in urgent inquiry. One of the soldiers scratched their head awkwardly. I'm guessing this is unusual for him then, seeing as you're so surprised by the news. What? Kyle asked again, looking around, so lost in what happened in his absence. This time it was the guilty soldier who piped up. Oh, it really is all my fault. He fretted, if I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it. Oh, this is absolutely terrible. What are you on about? Kyle frowned at him. What did you do? The soldier fidgeted with his fingers, before sighing out. It happened as soon as we headed into Siena, he began. The major had randomly pulled him aside, and gave him a woman's name, alongside with a picture of her to help aid his search. He was tasked to get her whereabouts, and like a people pleaser he went and did so eagerly. It didn't even register to him how odd the whole order was. Something unsettling was churning in Kyle's gut the more he listened to his story. The woman, he interrupted him mid-tirade, do you remember her name? What? The woman the major asked you to find, Kyle snapped, and grabbed him by the shoulders. Do you remember her name? Why yes of course, he stammered. I think it was Ray, no, May, Leyla? Kyle asked him, was it Leyla Lewellin? Everyone's eyes turned to him wide at the new name they just discovered. The soldier's eyes widened in recognition, and immediately nodded frantically in confirmation. Yes, that's the name. He yelped all of a sudden when Kyle's grip on his shoulders tightened up. Do you, by any chance, know her? He nervously asked the medic. Kyle's head bowed low as his breathing turned slowly ragged. His fingers clenched open and close, flexing occasionally on the soldier's shoulders. That damn bastard. Kyle seethed in his thoughts. I should have known this was why he'd been so eager to be assigned in Siena. All this time, Matthias had been working towards a singular goal. All this time, he used the war as a means to get what he wanted. He can't believe Matthias found Leyla. All the more, he can't believe Leyla had been hiding in Siena. Edmund, are you still with us? Concerned voices floated into his ears as Kyle finally looked up at the soldiers huddled around him. We lost you for a moment there. You absolute piece of shit. Kyle seethed out loud with gritted teeth, and the soldiers unexpectedly cowered away from the medic. For some reason, they could tell it wasn't directed to any of them. All of a sudden Kyle jumped from his seat and stormed out of the barracks. With adrenaline and rage pumping in his veins, Kyle wasted no time running towards the major's room. Cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 128. Silence befell the occupants in the room as soon as the door had been locked shut. Leyla cowered in both fear and silence, curling in on herself in a poor attempt to hide from Matthias' view, yet he kept looking at her in a funny way. Shivers racked through her body, her arms tightening up all the more around her swollen belly. Why are you here? She asked him softly in a shaky voice. This wasn't another of her hallucinations after all. This was the truth. This was real. Matthias had found her. This was worse than a nightmare. Only he could ever make that possible. No one else scared her more, nothing else frightened her to the core as deeply as one Matthias von Herhardt. Her monster had finally caught up to her. And he had come for her. "Why am I here?" Matthias piped up, giving her a wide grin. "Why? I'm here to kill you, of course," Matthias smoothly told her, his domineering form blocking the only exit in the room ominously. Chilling air settled around Leyla upon hearing those words. Her body shook worse as they began to weigh heavily on her shoulders as she looked up and saw his happy face looking so serenely at her. She felt frozen in her spot. "I told you this before, Leyla," he gently tutted toward her, stalking slowly closer to her huddled form. "I don't do businesses that would bring me more loss than profit." He hummed chidingly towards her, with a smirk firmly on his lip. "Your running away proved more troublesome than calculated, Leyla," he sighed, looking extremely disappointed in her. "By killing you, I would effectively cut out any more losses I might incur." His eyes scanned her frightened expression carefully, before he chuckled softly a few seconds later. She looked simply adorable, all meek and frightened of him. He forgot how simply exhilarating it was to see her so weak in front of him. Leyla watched as his eyes glinted brightly against the dark, his blue eyes appearing more dangerous than before. Leyla found her words caught in her throat as she listened to him chuckling. The sounds of his laughter were like velvet to her ear, but ice in her heart. "Ah, Leyla, of course when I planned that, I didn't expect." His eyes trailed down her face, and towards the poorly hidden belly from his view. "Such a wonderful surprise from you." He cooed affectionately towards her. "To be honest, it still quite baffles me." He moved to approach her, when Leyla jumped up and crossed over the bed to place more distance between them. "Get away from me," she screeched. "Don't you dare touch me. I'm not her anymore." Leyla screams at him in her mind. "I'm not your mistress anymore." If possible, she wrapped her arms more protectively over her stomach. He watched thin, wiry arms encircle around her belly, absent-mindedly thinking how easy it would be just to break them apart. If he were to do that, would he see more of those beautiful tears flow out of her green eyes? Even now, her eyes glistened so beautifully like that last time he saw them before she escaped from him. "Hush, Leyla," Matthias smiled at her. "Don't shout so loudly now, you'll disturb the others." He continued to coo at her, swiftly crossing the distance between them in a few, long strides. Leyla was backed up against the wall, and in no time he was framing an arm beside her to cut off her escape, while another cupped her cheek insistently. Once more, she slapped it away, frustration building up in her instead of the usual fear. "It's not yours," she hissed at him, pushing against his broad chest to keep him away from her. Matthias laughed at her poorly formed lie. "Is it really?" he asked her light-heartedly, and kept leaning into her, effectively ignoring her feeble attempts to distance herself. "Yes," she exclaimed in panic, "I found a husband, and we've married shortly after finding each other here," she proclaimed, and Matthias tilted his head at her in intense regard. She met his gaze with an equal fiery look, and his lips curled up into an impressed smirk. She just got all the more amusing. He can't wait to see how far he can push her now. "Okay," Matthias hummed, finally pulling away from her, much to Leyla's confusion. She watched as he turned around to turn on the lamp on the bedside table right next to the sofa in the room. It bathed the room in a soft orange glow, revealing the curtains to still be drawn, and left the room still dimly lit up. He turned toward her once more, and Leyla wanted to shrink further in on herself, as he gently steered her towards the sofa. Leyla sunk further into the backrest, wishing for this nightmare to end. But there was nowhere else to run. Matthias breathed in deeply, meditating shortly as he closed his eyes, before looking down on his Leyla. Her eyes were red from the kicking and screaming, the tears long dried up on her cheeks. Her body was still trembling, whether from the wetness or fear of him, it didn't matter. This was a woman who did a poor job in a children's play. And yet it was with those same eyes, she managed to deceive him. He smiled encouragingly at her, his hands hidden behind his back. "Tell me, Leyla, what's his name?" he asked her gently. "This husband of yours?" Leyla's eyes shifted nervously towards him and then around. A pinkish tongue darted out of her lips nervously as she wetted them, before pursuing them together in a thin line, unwilling to give him more of the response. Matthias knelt down in front of her, placing himself firmly between her legs as he scooted closer. Leyla flinched at his sudden proximity, but gentle, calloused palms gripped her chin firmly, bringing her closer to him. "I want you to think long and hard about your answer," Matthias whispered to her, before a click was heard in the silence. She watched as Matthias swept his other hand through his hair, and let out an involuntary whimper. Matthias smirked at her, before displaying his pistol on the bedside table beside them. "Whoever he is, I will kill them too," he hummed with a pleasant smile. Leyla tried avoiding his eyes, but he kept her firmly facing him, before his touch turned soft once more, caressing her face gently. "It's not your child," she yelled at him, "it's mine alone. Mine," she exclaimed loudly, "there is no father. It's entirely mine." "Oh?" Matthias chuckled amusedly at her declarations. "It's mine. There is no father. Mine alone." The wider Matthias' grin grew, the loudly Leyla protested it to be hers alone, and no father was ever involved in its creation. "What an odd woman you truly are," Matthias praised as soon as she stopped her proclamations. "Leyla, are you saying you're a holy maiden? Pregnant alone by a god's will?" He smiled amusedly towards her. Leyla watched him warily, the curiosity in her wondering what was going through his mind. "I suppose it could be considered that as well," he murmured softly before cupping her cheeks tenderly, his grin widening as she flinched under his touch. "What a great honor it is, to be your god." And Matthias' shoulder shook as he began to laugh softly in great happiness. Despite how soft and caring he was towards her right now, his eyes still held a cold, malicious glint in them as he continued to keep his eyes on Leyla. Her attempts were futile. Nothing could hide from him the truth of what really was. Despite Leyla's persistent protests, he knew she was his. They both were. Including his child in her belly. He resumed caressing Layla's face before his hands stilled around her face. He sighed, eyes trailed on her face. Leyla met his gaze, body trembling as the pressure of his hold on her gradually grew in pressure. She let out a gasp once she realized his hold on her was gradually becoming tighter. "Leyla," he sighed out, and her hand shot up to grip him on his wrists. Trembling fingers feebly prevented his hold on crushing her. Ignoring her, Matthias held her jaw in one hand, while the other hand busied itself caressing every curve and slope on Layla's face. The cute swoop of her button nose, the plump trembling lips, ample cheeks all flushed in front of him. The familiar motions he had caressing her face gave Leyla some somersaults in her gut, a warm sensation pooling in the pit of her stomach with every caress. Her trembling eyes eventually relaxed, as she turned enraptured in his gaze. Just as Matthias thought progress had been made between them, a sudden commotion came right outside his bedroom, and he narrowed his gaze in the direction of his locked door. "Leyla. Leyla, are you in there?" A familiar voice filtered through the door. Despite it being muffled, Leyla at once recognized the voice, her body filling with a warmth she wanted nothing more than to sink into. There was banging against Matthias' rooms, and more other voices, but Leyla latched onto that one voice. "Kyle," she murmured softly, wide eyes now trailed on the door. "Kyle, is it really? Why was he here? Had he been conscripted in the war too? Was he all right? Was he injured? Did he partake in the war, take up arms and use it against the Levellin army?" "Stop," Matthias snapped, something ugly in him rearing up at her loss of attention on him. His grip on her jaw tightened, as he forcibly turned her eyes back on him. "Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Always, always." It was Kyle. Kyle, Kyle, Kyle. It grated on Matthias' nerves how he had to try so hard to get her to see him, and yet one move from such a lowly person, someone far beneath his status and influence, could garner hers so easily. When will he be worthy enough in her eyes to pay attention to instead? He wasn't just anyone vying for her attention. He was someone who could be deemed as the Emperor's equal, thanks to the generation of Herhardts before him. And yet in front of her, nothing was worth it. In every way, she kept humiliating him, refusing to give him the time he deserved from her. Then and now, she always was like this. "Leyla, oh my Leyla," he sighed wistfully, pressing their foreheads together. "Don't do that again. Do that again, and I won't promise to hold back anymore." He pulled away and touched her lips with his hands. "If you dare utter his name again," he eyed her carefully, eyes turning dark as his gaze dropped to her lips, "if even a whisper of his name is out your lips, and I might just put a bullet through his head this time." Leyla gasped, her grip on his wrists tightening up as she frantically began to shake her head in protest. "So for his sake," Matthias groaned, pressing their foreheads together once more, a hand cupping the back of her head to keep them connected as he leaned against her hard, "don't ever say his name in my presence again." Leyla paled in front of him, Matthias coldly holding her trembling gaze. But he was dead serious. He wasn't one to make idle threats after all. And Leyla knew that best of all. Her body trembles grew worse, but eventually she nodded shakily at him, wordlessly accepting his condition. Matthias hummed contentedly at her, nuzzling her affectionately before pulling away. Gentle hands carded through her tangled locks, much like he was praising an obedient kid. Her breath hitched upon the motion. She hated how such a touch from a cruel man gave her a small sense of comfort. And then he stopped patting her on the hand, and swiftly turned on his heels, leaving Leyla to sink back down on the sofa, curling her legs up to her chest as best as she could. She watched Matthias approach the commotion by the door and turned her head away. "Private Etman, cease this at once," barked a nearby commanding officer, as a couple of other soldiers tried to pull the young medic away from the major's door. But Kyle could care less how he was violating every chain of command in the army. His vision tunneled only into the locked door in front of him, demanding loudly and wildly for an audience with its occupants. "Leyla!" He screamed through the door, head angling against it to listen into what was happening in the room. "You son of a bitch! What are you doing to her?" Kyle screamed, fists pounding against the sturdy door. "Private!" Hands scrambled to pull him away, but Kyle yanked himself back, firmly plastered against the door. "Let go of me, Leyla!" A sudden click echoed in front of them, and everyone, including Kyle, stilled. The door was now unlocked. They watched with bated breaths as the knob twisted open, to reveal Major Herhardt. Cold eyes scanned the entourage that had formed in front of his room, before Matthias' eyes landed on a seething Kyle Etman to the very front of everyone. Wordlessly, Matthias stepped outside, and closed the door back shut behind him. He watched as Kyle's body began to tremble, but unlike his Leyla, whose body trembled with fear of him, this was pure, unbridled anger. Suddenly, Kyle lunged at him, hands fisting on his collar, as the others scrambled to pull him away from the major. Matthias was smirking subtly at him, completely hidden from everyone else in the hallway. "Where is she, you bastard? Did you kidnap her, huh?" Kyle accused him openly. "Private Etman, this is entirely unbefitting of someone of your stature. Control yourself this instant." "No." Kyle looked up around Matthias. "Leyla. Leyla, I'm here." "You heard your commander, Etman," Matthias calmly replied to him. "It's best you return to your barracks." "You asshole," Kyle continued to seethe at him. "You knew, didn't you? All this time, you knew she was here, and that's why you wanted to be in charge of this whole thing, didn't you?" Matthias only stared him down, unbothered completely by anything he was saying. "All this time, pretending you were sick, and then using your power and position to get to her, and now this," Kyle exclaimed, pointing towards the closed room behind him. "You just go back and treat her like another one of your objects. How dare you do that? Even now, you're still the same monster as you were." The soldiers around them watched with apprehension the exchange between the two men. It was clear to them that Etman felt so strongly about this, but the major was a picture-perfect calm, which also made them believe things weren't as bad as it was being portrayed. A click, and then a pistol was trailed against Kyle's forehead. "Major!" barked a random soldier in the room, but Kyle held his ground, even as he shook in place at the obvious threat to his life. Soldiers grabbed him in both arms, trying to get him to back off, but Kyle struggled to stay in place. "You're very loud and unruly, Private Etman," Matthias sighed out, before holding an index finger against his lips. "Please do not make any more noise, lest you frighten the child," he told him, taking back everyone in the hallway. A frown made its way to Kyle's expression in confusion. Matthias watched it, holding the other's gaze long enough to send him a smug smirk. "You'll frighten my child," he told the young doctor-to-be. Matthias watched as the fight in Kyle's eyes was once more doused in front of him as the realization soon sank into him. Matthias could feel a sense of victory seeing such devastating expression on him a second time. It was a look of someone who had lost hope. Much like the look he remembered seeing these past few months of both enemies and comrades alike the longer the war took place. But Matthias' eyes held a spark of triumph and glee. Like he only just began to live now. A hushed silence gathered around them as everyone else was taken aback. With his pistol still trained on Kyle's forehead, Matthias finally stepped back, watching the fire and life slip out of Kyle's eyes, who turned dead silent as soon as the revelation had come. New footfalls came, and Matthias looked to the side and saw some military police finally come. The soldiers stepped to the sides to make way as they watched Private Etman sink to the ground. The police wasted no time in subduing the private. They slapped him with charges of insubordination and disrespect of the chain of command. They cuffed him, and dragged him up to his feet and away from everyone gathered in the hallway. One of them met Matthias' eyes and nodded respectfully at him before they left, dragging Kyle with them. Everyone in attendance grew still and silent, eyes trailed wearily on the major, who was still a picture-perfect calm and composed soldier. Once both the military police and Kyle were gone from sight, Matthias wasted no time turning on his heels and entering his room. A shut, and a click. The door was locked from outsiders once more. As soon as he entered the room, Leyla stumbled a couple steps back as their eyes met. In her mind she was screaming to demand for Kyle's well-being, but she bit her lips to keep herself from saying his name. Her body shook, and eyes watered as she held the Duke's gaze, unable to voice out her utmost concerns. Satisfied with being together, and with her keeping her word, Matthias gently approached her, hushing her softly, before pulling her into a warm hug. She staggered away from him, but Matthias ignored it, simply gathering her up quickly in his arms, and holding her firmly against his chest. He cradled her against his chest, swaying their bodies back and forth in gentle rocking motion. Having her in his arms really made him feel complete. Almost like the final puzzle piece falling into place. And he loved it. All tuckered out of a fight, and finally giving in to his wishes, Matthias gently steered her towards his bed, laying her on the center, before kneeling at her feet. In no time, practiced hands slipped her wet socks and shoes off her tired feet. His calloused hands cradled her feet, lightly assessing the damage it accrued over their time apart with a slight hum, before gently placing them on the bed. She'd been ready to drown in the sea just to escape him. Luckily Matthias could predict her every movement and managed to grab her just in the nick of time before she grew wetter than she already was. Such a beautiful woman. It was truly a shame she hated him so much. Both happiness and pain surged in him at the sight of her, with a dash of both disillusionment and joy once he held her in his arms again. She was still stubbornly quiet, teeth digging into her lips. Matthias reached out, and lightly brushed a thumb on her plump lips. She shouldn't wound such a kissable part of her face. He smiled down on her, watching as her eyes turned glassy. Hands then trailed down to cup the beautiful stomach carrying their child. And Leyla gasped, and cringed, turning away from him. Ah, how he really loved her. He loved her so much, he was prepared to kill her to never lose her again. Even now, all thin and swollen from their child, she still looked as dazzlingly beautiful as a queen. What a time for heaven and hell to meet on the same plane indeed. Cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 129. Come now, stop being stubborn, Matthias tutted softly once he saw the food prepared for her remain untouched. Leyla remained unmoving on her spot, eyes refusing to look at him. What a selfish woman you truly are, Leyla. Thinking of no one but yourself, Matthias continued, sighing out in disappointment, before he rose from his seat to approach Leyla. It had been clear in a short time to Leyla that no amount of resistance from her would ever convince him that having her with him was more of a loss than releasing her. As such, she was resolved to become as lifeless and as boring as a doll towards him instead. And so she refused to eat, drink, and even talk at all. She moved when he moved her, and stared off into space even as he forced her to look at him. She would only exist and sleep in his presence. Think about our child. He hummed beside her. My child. Layla's raspy voice softly protested. You're not the baby's father. You'll never be a father. It was soft, and raspy, the first time she spoke again since she'd been threatened not to utter Kyle's name again. It was also a testament to how dry her throat had become when he was not forcing drinks and food down her throat. It's only been half a day since they met again, but already it felt like the nightmare was endless with him around. Despite the continued rejection of his paternity to their child, Matthias ignored her as he busied himself to forking up some food to feed her. Satisfied, he smiled at her as he firmly held up the fork, filled with food, against her lips. I'm willing to take full responsibility for you and our child, Leyla. He hummed softly, I'm sure you know very well how well I can provide for both of you. I don't care, Leyla hissed at him, it's my child. It won't have anything to do with you. So I don't need your responsibility. She huffed out, turning her chin away from the food he was holding up for her. If you don't want my responsibility, then how about my will? Matthias grinned at her when she turned back to glare at him. After all, aren't I your god? Isn't my will supposed to be done? He gently placed the fork down her plate, as his hands dropped to take hers in his. After all, it was also my will that created this child. He smiled lovingly at her. He then led her hand towards the plate, curling her fingers on the fork, guiding it as it dug through the delicate meat on her plate. Satisfied she was partially cooperative once more, the grip on the fork tightening up, Matthias sent her another pleased smile before going back to his own seat to finish his meal. Leyla stared at him as he leisurely dined across from her. In her indignation, her grip on the fork tightened up, and she threw it down on the floor as she shot up to her feet, dragging some food along with it as it spilled across the floor. It fell onto the floor with a dull thud. Her eyes burned holes into him with rage. Matthias sighed in disappointment once more, raising his head to meet her gaze before frowning at the spilled food on the floor. "If you're going to kill me, then do it," Leyla demanded. "Don't sit there and feed me like a pig for slaughter. Just kill me already." She heaved as she demanded him to do as he promised, and Matthias let out a despondent sigh, before standing up once more and bent to pick up the fork she threw away. He placed it back on the table, eyes still holding her gaze. "Oh, believe me, I plan to do just that," he said soothingly towards her. "After all, I've turned quite desperate lately." He mused with a light smile that didn't really reach his eyes. "I did plan to do it as soon as I found you, but unexpected surprises came." Matthias smiled as his gaze dropped to her stomach. "If you were still on your own, you would be dead by now, Leyla. But alas, our child doesn't deserve to die with you. So you'll have to live on a little longer, wouldn't you agree?" Swiftly, he turned around to leave the room, grabbing the fork in tow. Leyla heard the familiar sound of a lock clicking into place, and knew she'd be unable to leave the room. She was trapped like a mouse in a puzzle box. She immediately walked away from the table, standing firmly in front of the window and looking outside at the army slowly turning Siena into part of Berg. Shortly after he left, he came back, in his hands now a new and clean fork. A shiver went down her spine upon his entrance, ears straining to hear his every movement. In the reflection of the mirror, she could see him grabbing a steak knife on the table. "Without you looking at me, I suddenly feel so confident." Matthias mused to her, and she couldn't help but shake with rage. "Get out. Get away from me. Let me out already," she demanded incessantly, but Matthias let her rage on, before responding in a calm manner. "Oh Leyla, I thought you were smarter than this," he hummed, the fork now placed on the table, right next to her still full plate. He now toyed with the steak knife in his hand. Leyla eyed him warily. He gestured to the bedside table. "There's a gun right there, all this time," he hummed, before clicking his tongue in disappointment at her having missed it. He eyed her, and the window behind her. "Do you really plan to go like that? What choice do I have? I don't plan to go back with you. Never." She screeched at him, stepping away from the window this time, and putting more distance between them. "I don't want to be your mistress. I'll never return with you." Matthias suddenly chuckled, shaking his head, before sighing out. He looked at Leyla for a moment. "Are you so certain that's really what I want?" he asked her with a smile. Leyla stilled in place, her brows frowning as she wondered what he was getting at. "Do you really think that I'm the same man as I was? So easily tricked by a mere mistress?" Layla's thoughts drew to blank at his words. This was different. This man was different. This wasn't the Matthias von Herhardt she'd grown to know and observe. This was so different from how she once knew him, and it made her so confused. His eyes landed on her stomach once more. "Leyla, don't you know you're killing the baby?" he hummed thoughtfully, as she clenched her fists on her side. He then chuckled lowly at her, before his eyes turned cold. His fingers balanced the knife between them. "What do you want from me?" Leyla hissed at him in a whisper, eyes trailed on the ground. She moved again, her back to the window once more, pressing up against it. Matthias shrugged at her, effectively dropping the knife with a dull thud onto the floor. "Eat first, then we'll discuss what I intend to do to you afterwards," he commanded her with a smile, holding out a hand as he gestured for her to take her seat back on the table like the gentleman he portrayed himself to be. "After all, I need to feed my child, don't you?" he asked her with a tilt, and Leyla glared at him with a thinly veiled disgust. "It's not your child," Leyla declared. "No matter how many times you say it, I'll keep denying it." "Leyla," he sighed out, "I fully understand, and intend to do as I promised to kill you. But it's quite difficult to do so while my child is still inside you. Rest assured, as soon as it's out of you, your wishes will be granted." He smiled at her serenely. A clink, and he looked down to see the knife on the floor. He clicked his tongue in slight distaste, lightly kicking the fallen knife away from him, before taking a second knife on the table, and began to cut out her steak for her, himself. "As such, these are difficult times we have ahead, so eat up. I don't mean to be rude, but it upsets my stomach to eat food with the likes of you around me." Leyla huffed out, turning her cheek away from him as he cut up her food for her. The glistening in the corner of her eyes made Matthias bark out a laugh. He wondered what else he could say. So indignant, and stubborn, she resembled a spoiled little puppy who had yet to encounter the harshness of the world around it. But Matthias did not feel too bad about it. He forgot how refreshing it was to witness someone act so blatantly disrespectful of him. It's one of the things that made her so interesting to him. Ah, if only she knew it was her stubborn refusal and rejection of him that only drove him further mad about her, then she would have long abandoned such treatment of him. Then how about you act? He dropped down, to whisper it right next to her ear. You're good at acting, aren't you? He teased her, and Leyla whipped her head around, face flushing in hardly concealed anger at his words. Matthias then grabbed his cup of water and took a sip from it, soothing his throat. To be honest, I was quite amazed at how effectively you managed to pull it off. He praised her. Who knew you could act so perfectly like that? He smirked at her and Leyla shot back to her feet. Quiet. You don't know what I felt going through it, she exclaimed, clasping both hands around her ears. But Matthias only blinked at her in confusion. Why are you so mad? It was a compliment, really. Matthias pointed out to her, but she only stubbornly shook her head, arms still covering her ears in protest. After all, it was of your own brilliant acts that our baby had been conceived. It's mine. Not yours. Never yours. In fact, you were acting so well at being in love with me, perhaps we could call it our love child, isn't it? Stop it. Yes, though you were acting, it was the principle of the acts, wasn't it? I said stop. You were acting you love me, so it was a child made out of love, isn't it? I said stop it. Stop talking about my baby. Matthias grew quiet as he watched Leyla curled into herself, hands still pressed firmly against her ears, eyes squeezed shut in front of him. His long, slender fingers circled the rim of his water glass as he observed her, waiting for her to eventually calm down again. Tears fell from her eyes, and Leyla began to sniffle and whimper softly in front of him. Matthias chuckled, shaking his head slightly, before dropping down beside her on one knee, lowering himself further to whisper in her ears. So act like it again. He told her. She acted like she loved him so well because she wanted so badly to run away and escape him, didn't she? Give me another of your world-class acts, because this time, not only your freedom, but your life depends on it as well, he murmured against her, kissing her lightly against the back of her ear. I won't, she sniffled, you can't make me do anything anymore with your cruel tricks. Leyla seethed at him, and Matthias worked up a brow. Tricks? Matthias asked incredulously, before laughing in amusement. My Leyla, this isn't any trick, but a mere toleration of your continued existence, he sighed out. Either way, I won't drink even a single drop of water until you let me free, she hissed at him. No matter what you do, or what's at stake, I won't do a single thing to prolong my life. Even now, he still managed to get underneath her skin, to make her feel like bugs were crawling in her veins. He still had the power to humiliate her completely. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. And maybe that will always be true. Because she couldn't change her past, no matter how hard she tried. She would always be the woman he'd violated, coerced to be with for the whole of winter and some more to be his lover. For her to be so shamelessly and horribly paraded like his trophy. There was nothing else he had to hold over for her. You should get changed. Matthias suddenly piped up, interrupting Layla's morbid thoughts. He then stood up to his full height. Just as he was about to move away to get her a change of clothes he wanted for her, he paused and turned back to her. Did you know that Kyle is currently in prison right now? He casually asked her, and Layla's eyes snapped up to him, all wide and full of worry. Yes, because of you, that I had to take drastic measures. What? Leyla asked dumbly, before she struggled to rise back to her feet. Prison? You locked him up in prison? How could you do that? Matthias frowned at her with a slight pout. It's unfair how you're blaming me for this, Leyla, he reasoned out. After all, it wasn't my influence that led him to be insubordinate and attacking his superior, isn't it? Liar. It's your fault. Leyla shot back at him, tears falling from her eyes, and Matthias smirked at her before shrugging. Either way, he's still in jail, and Matthias suddenly piped up, probably starving as well. He told her with a smile. So you see, it's not my fault he got dragged to prison, that's yours. He told her. But the starvation, that's my doing. Matthias smiled at her proudly, before sitting on his chair and leaning back against the backrest to recline himself as he crossed his legs. You see, I specifically gave them in order to not give him any food yet. He elaborated for her, I'm only going to order them to give him as much as you eat after all. So if I don't see you eat, or drink anything, then neither does Kyle Atman. He finished off with a smirk in her direction. Leyla eyed him hatefully, tears flowing freely down her face as she stood before him. Are you even human? She couldn't help but ask in a soft voice. First he dangled her father's freedom in front of her. Now he dangled Kyle's health and life above her head once more. Always, always, you keep doing this to me, she whispered to him. Her hands grabbed onto the edge of the table, knuckles turning white with quiet rage. First Uncle Bill, and now. She bit her lips, preventing herself from uttering Kyle's name. Matthias blinked. Bill Remmer. Now that's a name he hadn't heard for a while now. And the first he'd heard from Leyla since meeting her again. But Matthias schooled his expression back to indifference, when Leyla slammed her palms over the table, its contents rattling against the sudden impact. He watched as her body racked in front of him, before he saw her hands fist the tablecloth seams. It wasn't difficult to predict what she would do next. In no time, Leyla pulled on the tablecloth, dragging every plate, food and drinks on the table, sliding them off and wasting them all so she won't be able to eat anything at all. The utensils clattered noisily on the floor, plates and glasses shattering to pieces as they hit solid ground. She eyed Matthias hatefully as she did so. He could only hum and thought at it. Poor Kyleman, he mused out loud before sighing as though he didn't want to do it. I guess he'll be starving then. He flicked his napkin to lightly dab on the sauce that splattered on his clothes before he stood up and started to turn away from her. She watched as he went up and out the door, closing it behind him softly. It was soon followed by a series of sounds of locks and chains clicking into place, before she heard his footfalls begin to fade. And then cold silence began to keep her company once more. She sank back down into her plush seat, body shaking with barely contained rage, frustration and fear. In the warm light of the afternoon sun, Leyla remained alone in the storm she had made around her. She wrapped her arms around her, trying to emulate the way her father used to wrap her safely in his arms, and squeezed her eyes shut, hoping to block out the mess she was trapped in. Sometime later, a soldier on duty passed by the locked door in the hallway. It had once been the major's assigned room, but now, with all the hastily made locks and chains outside, it might as well be a makeshift prison. Word on the street was the major was keeping a pregnant woman inside it. And no one would enter, or leave it, aside from him, and him alone. Whenever the major left, he'd ensure all the locks were secure and in place. Ever since he'd arrived in Siena, he hadn't been the same aloof major. Others theorized he'd finally gone mad with the war. Trepidation began to fill him, as his shaky hands reached out towards the locks, eyes darting left and right to make sure no one was coming. There were orders issued not to enter. But this time, he had been ordered to do differently. It's only for a little bit, he whispered reassuringly to himself. Yeah, just a small peek. Softly undoing every lock and wrap of chains, he slightly cracked open the door to the room, quietly clearing his throat and his nervousness. As soon as he peeked his head in, a woman, who'd been sitting in front of the windows, turned around. His eyes first trailed onto the mess on the floor, looking absolutely aghast at the state of the room. This is, he muttered softly, before locking eyes with the only person in the room. She looked paler than she should have been. He gulped, his grip on the meager meal he'd brought tightening as she narrowed her eyes towards him critically. He held it out for her, like a peace offering. Here, he stuttered, eat this at least. He softly offered for her, eyeing her baby bump nervously. If not for you, then your child at least. He added softly. When she still eyed him warily, he decided to continue. Don't worry, Major Herhardt doesn't know I'm here. He added, as a small consolation. She might have been under the impression he was ordered to give it to her. He was. But he wasn't about to say it to her lest she might not eat it some more. He didn't understand what this all was for, nor why she was even being detained. The rest of their problems would be solved if the major would only let this woman go. Either way, there was nothing he could do but follow orders. Don't worry, he doesn't know I'm here. You won't get in trouble for eating it. He encouraged when she still refused to move from her spot. I promise he doesn't know. Meekly, he placed the food onto the table, backing away slowly. I'll be back in half an hour to get the plates. Eat well then, he whispered to her as he backed out of the room, grabbing hold of the knob to close the room back up. His task was done, and the food the major had ordered to be given to her had been successfully delivered, if not received. She was still looking at his retreat, before her eyes looked down on the silver-domed covered meal. He paused, wondering if perhaps he should stay instead to watch her eat? Or should he just come back later to check up on her instead, like he said? Hey! A soft voice called out to him, and he looked up immediately to see the woman now anxiously fidgeting in front of him. He made a small, startled noise, before calming himself down. Kyle, she whispered, Is he really in prison, right now? The soldier blinked, before trying to recall the once recently tossed to prison. Kyle. Oh, Kyle Edman? The medical private? He inquired further to clarify, and she gave him a terse nod. Yes, that's him. She confirmed softly. So, is he really in prison? He frowned at the question in confusion, before eventually nodding at her. Yeah, he did get tossed into jail recently. Something about insubordination and attacking a commanding officer. Silence reigned between them once more, and the soldier squirmed. He didn't have a good feeling about interacting more with this woman. It was best he left now before he'd inadvertently insult or slight anyone powerful. Well, eat up. I'll be back shortly. He hastily bid goodbye, before she piped up once more. Can you give this to Kyle, instead? The soldier paused just as he was about to close the door behind him. He opened it back up to look at her incredulously. What? Can you give the meal to him instead? She asked him again, in her hands now the tray he'd left on her table. So many things could go wrong if he were to give in to the woman's wishes. Firstly, he'd directly disobey orders, undermining his superior's authority. He could very well follow Kyle Edman to jail for disobedience as well. They might even have cells right next to each other. I don't know, he murmured. I could get in real big trouble if I do that. He told her apologetically, and watched as her shoulders sagged. Yes, that's true. She huffed out in resignation. I'm sorry for asking you to do it. Thank you though, for the meal. She told him with a slight smile. He gave her a terse nod, and softly shut the door on her, quickly replacing and securing the locks back into place. Before he could close the door though, he watched as she approached the meal, and uncovered it to reveal a piece of sandwich and a can of soda. He couldn't help but feel slightly affronted by the poor meal he had prepared. It was a far cry from what he knew the noble officers ate, however. It was impossible to have the meal changed to something more substantial for a woman of her condition instead. He only hoped she would eat it as soon as he left. Cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 130. Eventually, Matthias returned once more to the chained room. And once he did, he noted that Leyla was still by the window, looking more tired than before. The room around her had also grown dark as the sun had finally begun to set for the day. The fire in the room remained unlit. He locked the door behind him, stalking slowly towards her as he flicked on the lights in the room. Unexpectedly, she was the one to break the silence before. I ate. She muttered towards him in a defeated manner, just in time for him to finally draw the curtains to a close. He then turned to face her once more. A soldier, she continued, brown hair, brought me a sandwich. So I ate that. She supplied helpfully. And he hummed, nodding along in disinterest towards her. And what of it? Leyla made a small affronted noise, before sighing out. So, give KY him some food too. Leyla huffed out, the name almost slipping back from her lips. Matthias stared down at her before chuckling and leaning back against the windows. She had expected him to see her attempt at something ridiculous, but she still couldn't help but feel insulted by his nonchalant demeanor. I'm not making this up, she insisted to him. If you want then you can go and check. I believe you. Matthias told her, eyes crinkled in delight towards her before sighing out. Unfortunately, just because you ate something doesn't mean I'd give him any food. He hummed out in slight satisfaction. Layla's mouth dropped open in disbelief before she hit her fist on the table. You promised me. I did, but eating wasn't my only condition, he reiterated, smiling smugly at her. Don't you remember? If I don't see you eat, or drink anything then. Neither does Kyle Edman. Finally, he dropped his smug smile upon seeing Leyla turn speechless and pale at his reminder. Unless he'd seen her eat anything, Kyle won't be getting any food, even if she did eat without him. Her body shook once more, as her eyes darkened, trailed solely on the messy floor around them. How do you even live with yourself? She couldn't help but ask incredulously, how can you keep being so cold-hearted and cruel? What does that benefit you? Matthias only kept staring at her blankly. Where did the once honorable Duke Herhardt go? She asked him in a mix of disappointment and disbelief. Finally, she managed to convince herself to approach him. With shaky steps, she grew bolder, wanting her words to pierce him where she wanted it to hurt. Look at you, abandoning your pride and upholding your empire, running away because you grow tired of them, she scoffed, looking up at him in pure disappointment, and now here you are, abandoning your newly married wife to play hero in the battlefield. Matthias' lips curled up in a minuscule smile. Oh, I don't know. But is that what you think? He hummed curiously towards her. He reached up to remove his hat, placing it gently on the swiped clean table. He couldn't find it in himself to even be angry at her. Far from it, he found it difficult not to feel so relaxed and amused with her nearby. Leyla looked at him as though he was crazy, and maybe he was. Their time apart had made her forget how he truly was to her. He was someone whom she hated with every fiber of her being, and will continue to keep on hating and hating and hating until... "What are you thinking of doing to me?" She asked him instead. "What are you planning to do? Are you just going to keep teasing me like this? Torture me as revenge for daring to escape you?" She stepped back, hands cradling her belly gently as she looked at him. "You're so eager to tie me down to you, but did you ever stop to consider whether you deserve to even have this?" She asked him hatefully. "Did you ask yourself whether you're worthy or not to be a father?" When Matthias remained silent, she scoffed at him, and hugged her arms around her belly. "And that's why this child will never be yours," she spat at him. "You don't even deserve to mention my child at all." She turned away from him as soon as she felt tears threatening to spill from her eyes. "So I don't care, in my life and in my child's, you do not even exist," she declared to him, "so don't bother taking responsibility. I'd rather you let me go, and for you to go back home to your duchess. Don't cry." Leyla scolded herself once more. "He doesn't deserve your tears." She knew she shouldn't expect anything from him. And she resolved herself to never do it. She'd long made up her mind that nothing would of that fact. This decision of hers had been long in the making, cemented firmly as soon as she'd been reunited with Matthias. But she was also so terrified. Something in her heart was skipping indecipherably, that she couldn't help but look forward to what his plans were. And she couldn't stand it, always raising her expectations of him, just for him to trample it down so carelessly as if she mattered next to nothing. "Think about this in a logical way then, Leyla," Matthias remarked back at her. "What can a woman of your stature even do in a time of war? How could you even raise that kid by yourself?" He asked her, the cold, amused glint in his eyes long gone, now replaced with cold seriousness. "We'll do just fine, no thanks to you," she retorted back at him. "A war's compared to nothing next to living with you." His hands shot out to grip her tightly by the shoulders, making Leyla gasp half in surprise and the rest in complete fright. "Let go. Leyla Lewellin." Matthias growled at her. "Keep your dirty hands off me," she screamed, slapping his hands away before bodily freeing herself from him. Matthias stared at her, then to his hands, and then back. He then laughed at her. "My hand, you think?" He chuckled in disbelief. "You think my hand is dirty?" "Yes," she exclaimed. "There's no way it isn't." She wrapped her hands around herself, rubbing her arms furiously as though to physically rub his scorching touch off of her. "I hate it. I hate it. I hate you." Layla's muffled screams of hate for him could be heard out in the empty hallway. Shouting with all her might how it's always made her body crawl whenever he touched her, and it will keep making her feel so disgusted with herself forever and ever. "Are you finally satisfied with my answer?" she asked him, panting heavily, to a silent Matthias after her enormous tirade. "Kyle. Hey, Kyle Letman." His name echoed in the rubble walls of his makeshift prison. As soon as he'd been dragged away from the major, he was lumped into a solitary prison, beneath the basement of the hotel, which also doubled as a warehouse. Kyle was currently leaning against the rough, cold stone behind him. His eyes trained solely on the tips of his shoes, but did not really see anything. His mind was leagues away from his prison, but now he'd been brought back with a call of his name. When he looked up, he saw the familiar face of his military doctor supervisor behind bars. Lieutenant," Kyle stuttered, scrambling to get up, wincing when he realized his legs had grown numb in his immobility. He staggered closer to the bars. "Why, I don't, here?" he huffed out tiredly. The doctor merely looked at him somberly and sighed. "I'm here because I grew worried about you." The doctor sighed deeply, gesturing for Kyle to sit back down, before lowering himself as well. Off at the corner of Kyle's prison cell, was an untouched meal. The meal was barely substantial, but it was what was given as a standard to anyone then as prisoners. "You should still be eating, even in prison," he told Kyle. "It's times like this you need to keep your strength up. You don't want to make things worse for yourself, Kyle. Think about your health." "The Duke's?" "No, the woman the major took back to his room," Kyle asked instead. "Is she all right? Did they release her?" The doctor blinked at him unsurely. Etman," the doctor sighed, before shaking his head in response. "No, As far as everyone knows, she's still with the Major. The doctor pursed his lips thoughtfully, before continuing. He's had her locked up in his room, the door barred and locked from the outside to prevent her from leaving. Kyle scoffed at the information, half expecting the outcome, while the other half was still in disbelief at the audacity the Duke had in handling Leyla like a pet. She was a person. And he kept treating her like less than one. He really is a crazy guy. Kyle grumbled. Stop that, Kyle, the doctor chided him, we're in a battlefield. Whatever your personal differences are with the Major, let it go. He's still your superior. He reminded him, so eat up, and then bow your head in apology to him, and then you will get released from this poor cell. The advice was well-meaning, and made out of concern for him, Kyle knew. But his heart and mind were in complete agreement that he would never apologize to the Major. No, Kyle declared, I won't bow my head to apologize to that kind of man. Never. I don't understand you, Kyle, you're usually very level-headed. The doctor sighed out in frustration, throwing his hands up in the air before looking back at the imprisoned young medic. Who is she even to you, Kyle, huh? He asked him, why are you so adamant to go against the Major for her? He'd heard the rumors through the grapevine. Kyle Letman had up and attacked the Major out of nowhere, demanding the release of the woman, and was ready to be killed for it. Apparently the Major had held up a gun to his head before the authorities arrived to haul him away. But the Duke was well known to be a respectable man back in the Empire. He was the best aristocrat, second only to the members of the royal family. Kyle was the son of his family's doctor. One would assume the two would be close, but alas. A woman stood between them. It was a scandal sure to grab the attention of anyone who caught wind of it. But none of the concerned parties would budge, nor indulge in any information about the entire situation. As such, theories about the three only grew wilder with every silence they kept. Kyle was tight-lipped as ever, much like the Major. Both refused to shed even a little light over what's really been happening aside from what's already been witnessed. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Still, you should at least eat. The doctor sighed out in resignation. You understand me, Kyle? He reminded, but received only further silence. As the younger medic's stubbornness won out, the doctor finally got up, patting the bars slightly like it was Kyle's shoulder before eventually leaving the young man back to his thoughts. His shadow grew with every distance growing between them on top of the cool dinner by the corner. When the doctor looked back to see if Kyle had heeded his words, he was still in the same spot as he had left him. Matthias remained in his silence as he regarded Leyla. He showed no indication as to what his thoughts truly were despite Leyla repeatedly and earnestly disrespecting and insulting him right in his face. As soon as she was done spouting filth about him, he took a step towards her. Layla's hands fisted around her skirt, squeezing them tightly between her palms, but remained resolutely in place. She was done cowering. And then her mind flashed back to Claudine. She tried to shake the feeling and memory away, but she remained persistent in the forefront of her mind. She could still remember, as clear as day, the humiliation and shame she felt upon her revelations. How she knew all this time, what had been happening behind her back. It made Leyla feel more miserable and dirty, especially so when she knew she couldn't deny a single accusation thrown at her. She thought she'd forgotten everything that's happened by now. But what a fool she'd been. She had known that when she left, the wedding of the two of them had been fast approaching. There was no doubt in her mind that they were finally married by now. It had been set to be around late spring to early summer after all. It was also around the same time she began to experience sudden bouts of morning sickness, leaving her all exhausted and in pain right afterwards. She remembered heaving whatever contents were left in her stomach over the toilet, and when finished she would sit limply on the stone, cold tiles on the bathroom floor. If she'd be at work at the time, she'd hide away in the corner of the museum's warehouse. She had been desperate to not be found out that she was pregnant. As the bump grew, so did the sorrow in her heart. Nothing could erase the ache in her heart. It could be numbed temporarily, like when she'd eat what she wanted, or when she passed by a newly wedded couple cradling a baby to their breast. But it remained persistently constant. And then the war came, and that sorrow for her growing child took a back burner, replaced only with the terrible fear of the war right in their doorsteps. Every day she would rub a hand over the growing bump. We'd be okay. Words she'd whisper or think about to her child. The Duchess, she knew, had no doubt been showered with praises and well wishes on her wedding day. Someday soon, she too would raise her own children. Visions of how the Duchess' children would grow to be made Leyla feel like something was squeezing out of her chest. A whisper of how her child could grow up to be, bringing sweet temptation into her thoughts. But she shooed it away fervently. I'll love you twice as much, she thought. So they will be okay. She'd endured worse days before. She can endure them again in the future. All she knew was that she never wanted to be in the shadows of such a man once more, even more to never let the child grow in her, live through the pain and humiliation she suffered around his presence. She was determined to not let it live like she did. Matthias approached her, stopping only at arm's length away from her. He still looked so calm and composed, and Leyla felt herself beginning to cower, her shoulders hunching in to make herself appear smaller. But she kept her eyes locked on his. Leyla, how do you expect to raise a child if someone you accuse to disgust you? He asked her plainly. Shut up, Leyla yelled at him, arms back to wrap around her belly, it won't care about you. She grew tired of his incessant persistence to be responsible for her child. He was giving her a false sense that he was growing desperate, but she knew him to feel nothing but pleasure for himself. Matthias appeared to be thinking deeply. You must love it a lot, then. He surmised after a moment, eyes looking at her abdomen, before raising them back up to meet her glare. His lips then split into a smile, before he burst into low chuckles. A cruel man, and a woman who loves his child. He kept chuckling as the words slipped out his mouth. Leyla squirmed minutely farther from him. And then he sighed, the laughter dying down, and his eyes unnervingly blank. So amusing, he murmured. Have you turned crazy? Leyla asked with a scoff, and he shrugged nonchalantly. Why not? He asked her with a serene smile. Unbridled joy was shown on his face, which made Leyla grit her teeth tighter in anticipation at his next actions against her. Did it really not matter? Was there really no escape from this man and his power? Do you think this is all I've come for here? The sudden question from him threw her back. What was he going on about now? Seeing you like this, he continued, a faraway look in his eyes, it really tickles me happy to see it. It's like I've grown vulnerable around you. He praised so melodramatically, making Leyla take a couple more steps away from him. What are you on? Hate me all you want. Insult me, Leyla. He dared her, his grin turning manic, before he held out his hands in a motion to grab her. But didn't lunge at her to do so. But you're mine, Leyla. No, I'm not. Leyla denied. Oh but you are, Matthias insisted, it's what's happening right now after all. He grinned at her, before his eyes dropped down to her stomach, because I'm going to have that kid of yours. A gentle wave came over him, and he was back to his own bubble of serene happiness. Leyla could hardly believe her ears. There was no way she'd continue to listen to such a madman. And now he was smiling like a child about to be given his present. His eyes went back up to meet hers, and she flinched back. I decided not to kill you, Leyla. He told her with a smile, so I will let you go, and you can run wherever you want to. I won't stop or find you again. Leyla frowned, feeling a cold dread settle in her bones once again. But you'll need to leave your child behind, before I'll give you your freedom. Matthias had finally given her his stipulation, and Leyla began to frantically shake her head, unwilling to give in to his conditions. No. No. She screamed, let me go. Let me go. You won't take it from me. With every scream, Leyla grew frantic. She threw her hands up flailing and hitting whatever she could grab her hands on towards him. At one point she found herself pressed up against him, and she doubled her efforts. She kicked, and screamed and scratched at his shoulders, arms, and whatever part of his pressed up against her. But Matthias had a clear hold on her, and she couldn't break free. Shh, calm down Leyla, shh, he kept muttering softly, arms caging her against his chest as she flailed and wailed. Think of our child, you don't want any harm to come to it, don't you? Eventually the struggling in his arms died down, and silent sobbing could be heard. Satisfied enough that she'd been weakened after her tantrum, Matthias finally allowed himself to pull away, before cupping a hand onto her wet cheeks. He repositioned themselves into a hug, Leyla leaning limply in his arms and rocking them both back and forth in a slow dance. His hands drew lower, finally able to rest his palm against the swell of her stomach. Leyla hiccuped, and began to sag against him. She'd grown exhausted. He looked down at her red-rimmed eyes and flushed face and smiled affectionately on her while soothingly rubbing her belly. He hadn't smiled as wide as this since she disappeared from him last spring. They still fit perfectly against each other, just as he expected them to be. He gently steered her towards the bed, tucking her in all nice and cozy. His hands still caressing her belly in soothing motions. He'll have Leyla, one way or another. Even if she'd never forgive him. He will have her. As soon as her head hit the soft pillow, Leyla found an odd sense of comfort and relief, her breath eventually evening out. She licked her dry lips, as big drops of tears rolled seamlessly down her cheeks from her eyes endlessly. Matthias plucked out her glasses gently, setting them aside on the table, before returning. He hovered above her, planting sweet, gentle kisses on her wet eyelids. She squeezed her eyes shut tighter, feeling as though her tears were being consumed by a monster. "I've truly gone crazy," Matthias thought to himself as he licked off Leyla's tears from his lips and smiled down on her. Her tears still tasted like heaven. Cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 131. Matthias woke up early in the morning when dawn had not yet risen. The first thing that came into his mind, as soon as his eyes were familiar with the darkness, was the empty seat next to him. It had been the place where Leyla, who was tired of crying, fell asleep. The place he last saw her in. Now, only darkness filled the spot. The moment he realized this, Matthias shot up immediately to his feet. He first went to the closest room. Its door was firmly locked. Other than this one, the other place she could have gone through was the door that led outside to the hallway. His eyes quickly darted to the window in the room, immediately brushing off the thought of her jumping out the window. Still, the thought unsettled him greatly, and Matthias moved to quickly take note of what was outside the window. Dust still settled firmly on its surface, nothing was out of place. The window was still sealed shut, but the unsettledness remained persistent. Matthias could feel his heart beating against his ribcage in anxiety the longer he couldn't find Leyla. At an ominous thought, Matthias rushed to the window. He confirmed that all the windows were closed well, but the anxiety did not go away easily. He quickly whirled around to continue his search. When everything settled back down, Matthias sighed in relief at the sight of her, even though it was a place he least expected her to sleep in. There she was, huddled up and curled in on herself and their baby, sleeping soundly. He frowned at the flimsy blanket she chose to wrap around her, before chuckling in amusement. Her cries still rang loudly in the back of his mind. She'd accused his hands of being dirty, commanding him not to touch her. Leyla was crouching down on the sofa and sleeping. When he saw her crouching on a thin sheet of cloth, he could not help but laugh out loud. He still remembered the way she smiled so beautifully in front of the man she accused of being so cruel. She couldn't bear to even be in the same room with him. And yet it was she who came to him sweetly. She, who had whispered her love to him unwaveringly. It was funny how far she had to go through for a man she hated so much. There was a pensive expression on his face, indifferent to any outsiders who would see him at this moment. He'd known it for a long time, even as it had been happening, he'd like to think. That didn't stop him from finally accepting a fact he'd long turned a blind eye to. How much of what she said was a lie? How much of what she said had been true? Matthias now knew the answer to the question that had continued since the spring when Leyla disappeared. Everything was a lie. He wanted to stop loving her. But even with the time away, the emotions that still didn't fade made Matthias even more heartless. Matthias carefully approached her, taking great care and gentleness before carting her off gently to lie on the bed. Fortunately, Leyla didn't wake up, though she tossed and turned before curling up as though to make her appear small. With her in his arms, he could still tell that the woman was too light, especially with the child on her belly. His hand slowly drifted off of her, reaching out to spread the blanket over to her collar, and wrap it snugly around her petite body. His motions remained slow and cautious, careful not to rouse her. Opting out of sleeping next to her again, Matthias pulled a chair instead and sat next to the bed, observing her quietly. Leyla's face, who fell asleep quietly, was gentle and clear. Come to think of it, she was a woman who had consistently shown this face to everyone other than him. A bright, brave, sweet lady. That was Leyla Lewellin, whom everyone knew. Perhaps, he was the only one in the world who was more familiar with tears than this woman's laughter. But there's a baby too. It was amusing how much he was clinging onto by using the baby, but he couldn't let go. He couldn't help but continue to cling to her, with the baby she was growing. He didn't understand it at all. Why in the world would Leyla, who hated him so much, would fight so hard to keep their child with her at the same time? But the baby was now his only hope. Leyla was a woman who would never die or run away from her beloved child. So, as long as the child was tied to his side, Leyla would naturally be his. The most perfect shackle and cage he could ever hope to find. The child was an unexpected variable he hadn't anticipated, but it was all that he could see. The child was his means to keep Leyla with him, everything else felt so foreign and strange to him. Aside from the occasional fleeting sensation of regret. Yes, regret. If he had gotten her pregnant earlier, perhaps he'd never had to find Leyla in the first place. She would never have been lost to him. Matthias smiled like a child holding a candy when the anxiety in his blank face disappeared. His heart remained calm and settled with everything he wanted back in his possession. Until he started and entered Sienna, he prayed for Leyla to be safe at every moment. That's how he can kill her. Of course, it was not because of hatred or resentment. Love. There was always only one reason why he wanted to kill Leyla. If there was no way to get her back, and yet his love remained persistent and longing for her, he'd kill her instead. It was like a fire that would not stop even after swallowing life. He had to kill her, so he could end it only if there was a clear fact that he killed her with his own hands. So Leyla had to be alive. She shouldn't have died recklessly, and been stolen from him yet again. He loved her more day by day. And he wanted to kill this woman as much as that love. He grew desperate. Just as he was now. But the moment he had come face to face with Leyla on that beautiful beach, Matthias also knew that he could never kill this woman. He wanted to kill her, he knew he had to kill her. But he couldn't. And in that moment of despair and joy, he saw the child in her womb. And it was his salvation. Had he killed her there and then, he would never have lost her again. But with the miracle of a child, it opened up a new path for Matthias to keep her with him. So there was no longer the urgency to kill her, no, there was no longer a need for it. So long as the child existed, so long as he would claim the child his, Leyla would be his willing forevermore. Matthias slowly reached out and wrapped a hand around Layla's face. Leyla gently nuzzled her cheek against his warm palm, as if sucking in his body temperature. Like those enchanting false moments that broke his heart. Trying to suppress the urge to grab the face with all his might and drag it in, Matthias stroked her pale, tear-streaked cheeks instead. He'll be hated forever, he knew, but it didn't faze him. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. He could take not being forgiven for what he'd done. He could take all the insults and degradation if it meant he could get his Leyla back. It could be anything. No matter what pain this choice causes, it can't be more miserable than the days when he was left alone without Leyla. In the light of dawn, Matthias looked at Leyla for a long time. From some point on, weak hope filled up. Leyla will be given the Duchess' seat. The child would naturally be his successor, and he would enjoy all the power and glory of her heart. It would be all that he wanted. There were also countless things he could give to Leyla and his child in compensation. It didn't matter how long he had to do so. He was optimistic. One day, there may soon be a day when Layla's mind turns around and accepts him inevitably. Even if it took a very long time, Matthias could endure as much as he wanted. When the morning was bright, Matthias slowly bowed down and kissed Layla's cheek, who fell asleep. "I love you," he whispered on deaf ears. "I'm so happy to have you again without killing you, Leyla." Matthias' answer to a woman who despised and hated her quietly permeated into the transparent sunlight. Breakfast continued in silence. The sound of the cutlery and the plate ringing regularly, and there was no conversation between the two sitting face to face. Leyla kept swallowing food with a firm face, and Matthias was all about watching Leyla like he was having fun. Stubborn Leyla Lewellin has changed her mind not to starve her friend. What a tearful friendship, Matthias teased her light-heartedly as he watched her eventually empty the plate of breakfast brought to them. Trying to suppress the urge to hurl the contents of her stomach, Leyla quietly drank the water instead. She had no more fight left to give to the Duke. As long as she didn't die, there seemed to be no way out of that crazy man. No. It was now difficult to be sure whether she could escape him even in death. She thought he had no more power over her, and yet was proven wrong, time and time again. If it wasn't Uncle Bill he was dangling over her head, then it was Kyle he'd use instead. And if Kyle wasn't enough, he had no qualms in using his child to bind Leyla. She didn't want to dwell anymore about what his reasoning was. Twisted desire. Obsession. Or love. Anything, none of that mattered to her anymore. She would still be Leyla Lewellin, nothing more than a proper possession that he grabbed and used relentlessly at his will. "I ate it. In front of your eyes, all my share." Leyla, who put down the cutlery, spat out coldly. Matthias readily nodded as if he accepted. "Yes. Thanks to you, Kyle Ettman won't be hungry today," he hummed, smirking over at her. She gritted her teeth in frustration at him. "Are you satisfied now?" "It's enough," he chuckled light-heartedly as he told her. It was a pure, unabashed smile. Any other time it would have been refreshing to see. But not at this moment. And not for what he was doing to her. "Let me go. I want to go home." But I know better than anyone else that I can't run away anyway. She knew it was no use, but that's all Leyla could say. You have to get used to this place, Leyla. How can you get used to this prison? You should. Matthias, who stared at her as if seeing a child whining immaturely, briefly clicked his tongue at her, tutting in a chiding manner. You could live like this for the rest of your life. Don't you think it's better to get used to it? Don't say nonsense. If you don't like it, run away again. He dared her, shrugging nonchalantly at the suggestion of her running away. I told you I'd let you go without killing you. As long as you give me that child. Matthias tilted his head obliquely, sitting with his legs crossed. The gaze on her pregnant belly made cold dread run over Leyla. Are you truly going to take the baby away from me? She asked softly, eyes dropping down to look at the bump in her stomach. Isn't the expression taking away too much? It's my child. Matthias pointed out to her. And Layla's fists clenched on her lap. How can you be so sure that it's your child? Leyla wrapped her arms around her stomach as if she worried the child would hear. Even if it was of little use, she didn't want her child to hear the terrible things he would say. It's so presumptuous of you to believe that you're the only man in my life, Leyla continued to challenge him. So, do you want to lie again that it's not my child? Matthias hummed thoughtfully to her. There were a lot of guys besides you. The more serious Layla's expression became, the lighter Matthias' laughter became. Oh? Yes. I deceived you. You know that. I'm good at lying to you. I'm good at pretending to love someone like Duke Herhardt, so why would it have been so hard to hide another man? Even though she was trembling, Leyla continued to say amusing things in Matthias' ears. He watched Leyla with narrowed eyes, and one corner of his mouth corking up as he listened to her theories of having many men on the side. But he couldn't hide the ice-cold cruelty in his eyes that once helped his light disposition. It rivaled even the frozen Schuler River in the middle of winter. So, whose child do you claim it to be? Kyle Edman? He casually played with his pistol as he said so. Then perhaps it is time to make true to my promise and shoot a bullet through his head after all. KY, don't get him involved in this. Leyla protested immediately at the threat. If the father isn't Edman, do you have any other names for a guy you know? I'm never going to tell you because I know everything you're going to do. She seethed at him, but what's funny is how you believe that this is your child, who's been tricked and voluntarily deceived by me. I'm sorry, baby. Leyla kept praying and continuing her spiteful words. But this was the last hope. He wouldn't be obsessed with a child who's not his blood. But Matthias soon recovered his wistful expression. The giggling laughter felt joy rather than anger. Yes. If that trivial lie comforts you, I'll be happy to respect you, Leyla. He hummed at her, his joyful disposition returning. If you want to believe it's a lie, yes, I'll respect the Duke's insignificant pride, Layla spat back, unwilling to loosen the verbal back and forth between them. She was so scared that her teeth were about to bump, but she didn't want to let the child be taken by the shameless and cruel man sitting in front of her. It was also impossible to take away the child like this. Leyla. Whispering his name as if he were giving a friendly confession, he slowly raised himself. His shadow, which approached, soon covered Leyla and the child. Cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 132. She watched him with great trepidation as he began to approach her and the child in her belly. There was something malicious in his eyes with the way he was now looking at her. You must understand something, Matthias hummed as he stepped closer, and closer to her. I don't care if it's the child of another man, he told her softly, reaching out with a lone hand before he gripped Layla's chin. Leyla struggled to get out of his grip, but eventually, he easily overpowered her. After shaking her head out of his grip, she eventually stopped before she relaxed, feeling her chin being pulled up to make eye contact. Whoever the father is, as long as it's in your stomach, and it's clear that you're the mother of the child, it's enough. He informed her plainly, so long as you love that kid. That's enough. Matthias' eyes on her were soft and happy as he finished explaining to her. Before a new glint emerged in his eye. And Leyla, if the baby is not my child at all, shouldn't you stay by its side even more? He pushed, goading her even more about the child's well-being. Just think about what I can do to it the very second you run away after having another man's child. Leyla gritted her teeth, letting out a suppressed growl. The sounds she made it seem like he was strangling her, but his grip on her chin was unobstructed. Matthias began stroking Layla's head once more with the other hand. Then, he resumed petting her, treating her like some sort of domestic animal. If it's truly someone else's baby, a little unsavory for me, Matthias hummed softly, before breaking out into a smile towards her. "But no matter, I'm resolved to be the father of all and any children you'll ever have, so worry not about having a fatherless child." "I refuse." "Has your memory gone bad, Leyla?" Matthias tutted in disappointment at her, his grip on her chin tightening for just a fraction of a second. "I told you, you will live like this forever." Matthias lowered himself to match Layla's gaze, and her mind flashed back to the sight of him she had witnessed before. At the moment she saw the snow, Leyla understood what he had said, that the old Matthias von Herhardt was dead. There was no longer the man who looked at her with the same gaze as the evening of a spring day last seen in Arvis. This man in front of her was now just a completely unfamiliar, and unhinged lunatic. "Listen carefully, Leyla," he murmured, kissing her forehead lightly before whispering in her ear, as though to soothe the whining child. Leyla glared at him indifferently, her clammy hands clasped together in an ironclad grip. Her whole body began to tremble. "You will be by my side, give birth to my child, and live as my woman. That's your life." He dipped down, planting a soft kiss on her pale cheeks this time. "So you have to learn to live with me, if not for the sake of the child in your stomach." Matthias straightened up and looked down at her. "After all, who would be foolish enough to support you and say it's not my child? Don't you agree?" Satisfied with her momentary silence and compliance, Matthias swiftly turned on his heels before vacating the room, leaving Leyla alone as he shut the door behind him, making sure to put the locks back in place. She got up and felt the cool surface of the door beneath her palms before stepping back from the closed door. Then, in a fit of rage and frustration, she grabbed the candlestick on their dining table and began hacking away at the door. She didn't know how long she did so, but in the end, she was exhausted. Ragged breaths began to escape her as soon as she was alone, staring idly at the closed door in front of her. There were ugly marks on the door stamped on the candlestick, but it was not enough to break the tightly locked door. After all, she made those marks. After looking at the door for a long time doing nothing but heave in despair, she swiftly turned around, absolutely tired. Every day, it was like something deep within her was breaking. When she put down the candlestick, she buried herself deep in the chair before sighing long and hard. The child, who was steadily growing in her belly, finally began to move. She felt its fluttering kicks and rubbed a gentle hand over her growing bump. "It's nothing," she soothed, patting her belly, as though to make it go back to sleep. "It's okay." Her voice was light and bright when talking to it, as she stared blankly into the empty room in front of her. With every stroke she made, she felt as though her child was reaching out in return. She was used to it by now, but the first day she felt her child moving gave her such a shock and scare. She was sent into a quick tizzy, all scared and clueless about what to do, but as time passed, she learned a simple touch to her stomach would settle it down, with a few return soft taps for her. It was that moment when the fact she was to be a mother finally sunk deep within her. It was so amazing, that her heart was overwhelmed with happiness. Of course, it was also a little sad she couldn't tell anyone how she felt, but she figured it was okay. Because at least she had a baby now. She had everything she ever needed with a baby with her. She'd never be alone again. Thinking back, when Leyla was in a good mood, the child in her belly also seemed to dance joyfully for her. In return, when she became depressed, she could barely feel the baby in her move even a fraction of an inch. Leyla found herself falling more and more in love with the child who understood her perfectly. It had nothing to do with Matthias. Soon the child calmed down again, and Leyla tied her tangled hair tightly. She wiped off her escaped tears before she went to fix her glasses as best as she could. No matter how desperate the situation was, she was now a mother. A mother who is the only family this child will ever have in this world. Leyla stood up to go and change. She also ate a little lunch that the soldier from before had left behind for her to eat as well. As the days went by, she found that most of her stuff at home was steadily moved to this room. The Duke was more and more likely not planning to ever let her regain her freedom. She needed to think. She needed to be calm. Leyla carefully looked into the room, trying to find something to comfort herself. She even shouted for help, begged the soldier she heard passing by to let her go, and even tried to break the door in vain. But no help came. No freedom or an opportunity to be free presented itself to her. Not even the soldier who kept bringing her few meals to eat when the Duke wasn't around. It was getting harder and harder for her to deny her absolute truth. She knew there was no way out unless the Duke changed his mind, but she didn't want to give up like this. She can't live like this forever. She had to protect the child from the man. But how? The sound of the lock opening came as the growing anxiety became tears. Something in her broke with every sound of the lock being opened. Leyla reflexively stopped her fretting, before she hurriedly went to bed to lay down and bury herself in the covers to hide from him. The chain was lifted while she pretended to be asleep, closed her eyes, and relaxed her breathing. Leyla lay on the side and crouched down and grabbed her pillowcase. Soon after, the door opened and a movement began to come across the room. Leyla could tell just by the sound of footsteps that the Duke was back. Leyla focused only on pretending to be asleep. It started because she didn't want to see the man, but at some point, fear eventually made its way into the back of her mind bit by bit. She had grown more afraid of Matthias. It was really like that now. But, oddly enough, Leyla had learned from this fear instead. Then again, Duke Herhardt had always been a fearful being, but he had never been such a perfectly cold and heartless man back in Arvis. She hadn't expected it until she saw the current Duke. He had changed. Immensely so. She seemed to have broken a part of that man's heart during her escape. But, if that was true, did it mean that her wish came true? She remembered when she prayed earnestly that she could be the pain of that man. It would be so unfair to be forgotten as nothing as soon as she was gone, so she wanted to leave him at least a scar. Or at least break his heart like the way he kept doing to her. But she didn't want him to become like this. Leyla bit her lips because she thought she was going to burst into tears. She heard the sound of the Duke putting down his military uniform coat and jacket at the end of the bed. Subsequently, the sound of moving a few steps was heard, and the bed shook at the end of the sound. Leyla held back the scream that was about to burst and tightened her pillowcase. Meanwhile, Matthias lay down behind her back and slowly pulled Leyla deep into his arms and hugged her snugly on his chest. Startled by being so blatantly manhandled in her sleep, she almost struggled, but Leyla endured it well. Fortunately, the Duke seemed to have no intention of violating more of her, hence she deemed it better to endure now. She tried to ignore the way her shoulders relaxed as he hugged her. She just didn't want to encourage him more after all. That's all. She didn't want him to hurt her or be crueler if he knew she was only acting asleep this entire time. Leyla only prayed for the passage of time. Or she hoped she could fall asleep like this. But none of the wishes came true. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Time went by slowly and the more her senses remained vigilant to every breath he took. She could feel him so vividly against her skin, that it was hard to fall asleep with him beside her. Her hair moving like a brush of a feather when Matthias gave her a light kiss at the nape of her neck and then he moved to kiss her earlobes, forehead, and even her cheeks. His hand was also moving, rubbing and caressing her by the neck, shoulders, and even her waist. It was a slow and soft sensation running through her body, making things warm all around her the more he touched her in her faux sleep. She was scared and sad. While Leyla was in a state of confusion about how soothing the strange feeling gave, Matthias' breathing gradually slowed down. The touch and lips that touched her also gradually stilled, before finally stopping. This Duke, she remembered so well. It was reminiscent of their nights together back in Arvis. A silent sigh of relief flowed through Layla's lips, noticing that the Duke had finally fallen asleep. However, Leyla stayed in his arms anyway because she was not confident about looking back. His arms were as cozy as before, making her feel all fuzzy and treasured. It was confusing to her and made her feel even more miserable. It was not until late afternoon when Leyla began to see the red and orange hues of the sun seeping through the window that she could barely keep herself awake and aware of him. Matthias was already fast asleep, no doubt with a peaceful face. This was the memory she wanted to impart to her child about their father. It had still been so ingrained in her mind, that she felt herself unwilling to not pass the memory down. She wanted to give her child all the good points about their father, and leave out all the terrible things he truly was. She didn't want to give her child any hurt by telling them the truth about their father. Your father died when you were in your mother's stomach. But he loved us a lot. It was a lie she would readily tell her child if asked about him. And then she would tell him the more beautiful parts about him, like his blue eyes, his princely smile, and the soft voice he would use on the gentle nights. It's terrible that she had to fish out good parts about her terrible nights with him, but it was all she had. Those nights when he forced her to be with him were both endearing and frightening to her. But not anymore. Leyla clenched her teeth and tried to escape from his arms. She knew she couldn't run away from him. Not anymore. Even if she somehow managed to escape out of this room, she may be caught by soldiers even before stepping foot outside of the hotel. And even if she was lucky enough to get out of the hotel, the city was still largely occupied by soldiers who would follow Matthias' orders without question. She'll still end up in his grasp, more miserable than the last time she was with him. But a small voice in her was still insisting on finding a way. But what way was left for her than to just accept she'll always end up with him? It was at the very moment when Leyla hardened her mind that she found weak hope. Clothes that the Duke took off. Maybe there's a key in it. When her thoughts reached that point, Leyla hurriedly left the bed they were sharing. And just as she reached for the Duke's coat, something caught her attention in the corner of her eye. It was a colorful paper box lying on a bed bench. It wasn't in this room previously, so it was something he'd just brought in with him. Curiosity got the best of her and wondered if he brought it for her. Nimble fingers pried the top carefully, to unveil what had been hidden beneath. Once she saw its contents, she felt her hands shake at the sight of it. She shouldn't have gotten derailed. It was a cake. A pretty cake with light pink cream on it. Her eyes shifted between the cake in her hand and the sleeping Matthias in a frenzy, her mind battling with the sanity and fear mixing up within her mind. Her breathing soon became ragged, as she felt her growing erratic heartbeat. Ah! Leyla yelped as she hurriedly stepped away. Unfortunately, she still held on to the cake, before it fell all over Layla's clothes. With shaky hands, she futilely tried to clean herself up, but it only served to smear more of the sweet-smelling cake all over her. When she came to her senses, she realized that it was not only her hair and clothes now messed up, but also her hands and shoes were stained with cake. Leyla, who shook her head small, hurriedly rubbed her hands at the skirt furiously trying to erase any evidence of her mess. Once her hands were clean enough, she then began to search the pockets of Matthias' military uniform jacket and coat. Even if it was a futile effort, this was better for her. She'll take getting out of this room even for a moment, even if she'll end up back with Matthias in the end. Leyla Tilda. A friendly called out to her, and that's when she froze. She'd just searched the last of his pockets. There was no key in sight. She lifted her frightened eyes and saw Matthias now sitting up on the bed. He then leaned against the cushion against the headboard. He narrowed his eyes for a moment, but he soon regained, smiled amusedly at her. His hands moved to the pocket in the pants he was currently wearing, and then slowly, he took the key out and dangled it enticingly at her. "Is this it?" Matthias asked her, laugh lines in his eyes, before hardening into a predator as he stared longer towards her. "Is this what you were looking for?" "This is it," Leyla thought. He'll kill me now. Trapped by the overwhelming fear, Leyla reflexively picked up the pistol under the coat. Not until she had already pointed the gun at him did she realize what she had grabbed in fright. She felt like she was going to burst into tears at the touch of the cold, hard iron. This was it. There was no more turning back. Tears ran freely down her cheeks as she pointed the gun at him. "Ah, do you like it? My eye for weapons has improved a lot. You could kill someone with that." Matthias' voice was as sweet as praising a child for doing good, though equally challenging. He was unfazed even as she pointed a gun at him, still dangling the key in front of her. "Key. Give me that key," Leyla demanded, taking a few steps closer to him, emboldened with the gun in her hand. Instead of looking at her in fear as she expected, Matthias only settled further into cushions, as though relaxing even as she threatened his life. It made Layla's hand with the gun shake at the sight of his indifference. She eyed the key in his hand desperately. "I can open it up for you," he offered nonchalantly. "No, give me the key." Leyla shrieked at him as she demanded he hands it over to her. However, Matthias only looked at her with an expression as if she were still a spectator of an interesting play. "Then take off the safety, Leyla," Matthias advised her, and her hand shook all the more. "Does this seem like a joke to you?" she exclaimed, tears running down her face as she pointed a shaky gun in his direction. "If you don't give me the key, then I'm going to shoot." "So shoot," Matthias encouraged her, making Leyla jump at his insistence. He smirked at her sudden silence. Leyla only wanted to escape from him, but even her threats to his life seemed useless. "Kill me," Matthias urged her, tossing the key in the air and grabbing it again. He was playing with it, juggling the key in one hand as he grinned challengingly up at her. His last toss made him grip the key hard enough, it made her wince. "Because at this point, that's the only way you can escape from me," he finished menacingly as he looked her in the eye. "Cry, even better if you beg." Chapter 133. Matthias leaned back and closed his eyes as soon as he finished. He remained unmoved even in the face of death at Layla's hands. She trailed the gun at him shakily still, swallowing down the bile at the thought of having to kill him. She'd never fired a gun before, despite the fact she'd watched countless huntings in Arvis. He always made killing look so elegant despite her knowing it was a brutal sport. So really, he should have seen this coming. Just a bullet. All she needed was to shoot him once, and she'd be free. Layla's finger was now on the trigger. Her hand was shaking so much, but she needed to be firm with this. She was just standing still and aiming at the gun, but she was very out of breath, almost as if she had been running a very long distance. The tears just kept coming, and she didn't know what for. She didn't know. Her head was screaming at her to do it. But her whole body refused to do so. What was so wrong with what she was about to do anyway? It's what that scary, cruel, and friendly maniac wants too. He's encouraging her to pull the trigger, too. Now if she were to do that, she didn't know what would happen next to herself and her child. She'd forever be clueless on what to do or how to do anything. She couldn't survive on her own. She couldn't do this on her own. Leyla let out a loud cry of frustration, sobbing openly as she dropped to her knees. Languidly, Matthias opened his eyes, landing on Layla's crumpled up in desperate form on the floor. She looked so adorable, all covered up in cake and cream, while her hands lay limp with the gun she had been threatening him with. So pitiful, so ferocious, and oh, so beautiful. While Matthias looked at her quietly, Layla's sobbing grew even louder and more desperate. Her grip on the gun tightened up before she pointed it at him again. A smile made its way to his lips with how stubborn she was being. He eventually moved to finally stand up, to which Leyla tried to do the same thing as well, but only lost balance and further stumbled back down on the floor. Overpowering her always came so easy to him. From the start, her efforts had remained futile against him. He was finally in front of her in a few short strides before yanking the gun out of her limp arms. She yelped and sobbed in protest, but he grabbed her by the arm, pulling her up to her feet to drag her. Before she knew it, Leyla fell onto the bed. With the gun finally off her hands, Matthias hovered above her prone form on top of the bed. Leyla was still too preoccupied with heaving and sobbing as she lay down limply on the bed, feeling so hopeless about her life. "I told you to kill me," Matthias muttered calmly, before he flicked the safety of the gun off, just as he advised her to do before. He then looked down at her limp expression, the sobs still escaping from time to time. "If you can't do it, I have to do it, Leyla." A clinking metallic sound echoed through the silent room, and Layla's sobs intensified, borderline hysterical now. She blinked back tears that kept blurring her line of sight, eventually managing to look up at him with tear-filled eyes. The gun was now trailed on her forehead instead. "Do you want me to spare you?" Matthias crooned softly at her as she blinked back tears at him. She stared at him with a dazed expression, his tone of voice soothing and merciful in her ears. She nodded at him. Everything felt surreal to her, almost like she was in a dream. There was a fog in her brain, convincing herself none of this must be real. This was all just a nightmare that could be turned into a dream. "Then you should be nice," Matthias crooned at her, bending down to be closer to her. He looked at her in such a caring way, she couldn't help but be so receptive to him, nodding in agreement with his condition to her. She couldn't say no to him, not when he looked at her so tenderly, so caringly. She lost track of how long they stayed like that, but eventually, she heard him laugh. A couple of seconds later, there was a dull thump in the room as something fell to the floor. It wasn't until she turned her head to see what made the noise, that she saw it was the gun that Matthias had been pointing at her head. He'd speared her, and thrown the gun away. Its dull silver faintly reflected the bleeding red of the setting sun outside the window. Tears fell from her eyes once more in streams, wetting the sheets of which she laid in, as the relief began to spread in her body, while the energy gradually drained from her. A sweet whisper from Matthias broke through the relief in her foggy mind. "How unsavory it is," he hummed, referring to the discarded gun, while simultaneously stroking her head lovingly with that sweet, velvety voice in her ears. "It's okay, Leyla," he whispered to her, calloused hands slowly turning her to face him once again. "I'll make sure to wipe anything dirty clean just for you." Her consciousness blanked out before Leyla could witness anything more from him. It was all she could remember once the world faded to black around her. When she regained consciousness, Leyla found herself sitting in a bathtub filled with warm water. Groggily she looked around, before seeing Matthias' face through the wispy steam. He looked as calm as she last saw him. "Is it too hot?" he asked as soon as their eyes met. Leyla meekly shook her head in response to him. She remembered not fainting but couldn't remember how she got here either. No. She immediately corrected herself. There was a faint memory in the back of her mind, but it didn't seem like it had been real. Standing up alone from the bed, Matthias went straight to the bathroom. As the sun continued to set outside, she remembered listening to the sounds of water flowing from the bath and the rhythmic thumps of his steps. Throughout that time, Leyla remained motionless and looked up at the ceiling instead, all fight lost within her, resigning unconsciously under Matthias' control. And then he returned by her side. He patted her head as if praising a good child, before expertly taking off her dirtied clothes at a sensual pace. He'd been in no hurry undressing her, his touch lingering more than he should have in certain places. It was a terrible feeling, but Leyla didn't refute his touches, just letting them happen. At some point, the shame she felt eventually faded. Although she hated everything, she just wanted to give him everything he wanted from her so that he may leave her alone. All those moments felt like a very distant world, a world she thought to be perfect it could only be impossible. But it had all been real. Sitting before the Duke, naked and bare in front of him, she couldn't muster up a single emotion. "Eyes," Matthias whispered at her, and immediately she understood the meaning of the word after brief thought. When she closed her eyes like a gentle child, Matthias' hands caressed her face. For a man who would never have taken care of a dog in his life, she expected him to be clumsy, but he washed Leyla quite leisurely and efficiently. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Leyla stared ahead blankly, hunched minutely at his ministrations as his hands moved below her shoulders. Her two arms surrounding the knee were clenched tightly in one another, as the life and focus gradually returned to her eyes. The sound of pouring water stopped, and the two looked at each other quietly. "Be nice, Leyla," Matthias reminded her sharply before he gathered Layla's wet hair, which was covering her shoulders and chest, and handed it over to her back. Leyla trembled quietly as she began to feel cold. "You promised, didn't you?" Matthias continued and kept drawing Layla's gaze back to him again and again. He was addicted to any attention she would give him. He craved it desperately. Leyla, who had been smacking her lips several times now, soon lowered her arms which had been covering her chest away from him. It was almost as if she was finally giving up control to him a second time that day. It was enticing. There was no significant change in Matthias' expression as his eyes continued to rake all over her bare form. His observant gaze was looking at the obvious changes on her body, specifically her skinny shoulders. A faint hint of embarrassment and satisfaction came to her mind, but eventually faded back into nothingness. "I'll buy you that cake again tomorrow," he said as he drew Layla's wandering gaze back to him once more. Leyla looked at him with a frown of confusion. The current situation she was in, and the promise to her were so strange and funny to her. All the same though, he seemed like a person who could do anything he wanted to do. It was his only personality. "I don't need it," Leyla murmured tiredly in response. All she could feel was a sickening sensation in her and pure exhaustion from everything that had happened, by far from just this day alone. It was almost like she was in the middle of another war. One that would only begin again with every new dawn that comes. Like another war, would be repeated tomorrow. No. Matthias refused. He was quite adamant in his refusal. It seemed like even her opinions mattered not to him either. "You like it," he declared confidently and sternly. Leyla chuckled humorlessly. "And what do I like and dislike?" She asked him rhetorically. "Do my preferences even mean anything to you?" Leyla put her knees up again and wrapped her arms around them. She further hunched in on herself into the bathtub. That way, in the end, it would still feel like she was denying him something. Matthias smiled languidly instead of answering her. Somehow it only served to unnerve her some more, making her feel so stifled with how friendly his smile continued to appear. It was then that the wound on his arm across the bathtub caught her eye. Leyla examined the wound, which appeared to be exposed under the sleeve of his rolled-up shirt with her squinted eyes. It was a scar, presumably made not too long ago. It suddenly sunk in her that this man was an officer in the army. One who was capable of taking over the city through a fierce front. Realizing what Leyla was looking at, Matthias began to pull down his shirt sleeve with a softened smile, but Leyla stopped him by grabbing his arm tightly. It must have hurt a lot. Leyla wondered softly, fingers softly caressing his scar like a doctor who was examining it carefully. It made Matthias laugh wonderfully at her softness. "What an odd thing to worry about, when not even a moment ago you trailed a gun my way," he pointed out in great amusement to her, making her snap her lips shut from her awe at hearing him laugh so purely with her. "It didn't hurt," he relented not a moment too soon, and Layla's brows scrunched up, almost as though she was pouting at his words. "Lie," she protested weakly. "It's the truth." Mathis soon removed Layla's grip on him and moved her hand back in the tub. As soon as their conversation stopped, the sound of pouring water filled the bathroom again as they settled into an agreed silence. Leyla was looking down at the surface of the murky waters around her with red-rimmed eyes. She wished he would stop now, but Matthias washed Leyla as if he were a boy taking care of his precious toy. He had no qualms nor hesitation to touch her, even when his hands rubbed her swollen stomach. It was like he was unbothered by the existence of the child in her stomach. Like he didn't care one bit about it. Did he come to believe that the baby was another man's child? Leyla held her breath with anxiety. The thought troubled her greatly. She had no doubt even her baby was nervous, as it was currently not moving or giving her any fluttering sensations. Matthias continued to wipe and wash her body down with great ease. Even though he served her like a servant, she was under no illusion that he was still her master. Befuddled, Leyla eventually closed her eyes, and she opted to just sit still and let his touch caress her body. Despite that, she could feel her breathing gradually turning ragged. Matthias wiped Leyla's cleanly washed body dry and proceeded to dress her. He then dried her wet hair before laying her on a new sheet of the bed. Leyla mostly had a blank face as he did all this for her. Sometimes she looked at him with a keen eye, but soon after, she dropped her gaze or turned her head away from him. Other than that, she looked calm as if she had become a doll with no string in sight. Matthias, who proceeded to dim the light in the room, eventually found a tie, and he went to grab it, before going back to Leyla. She lay perfectly still and stared at him, blinking her eyes owlishly at him. With a reassuring pat on the cheek, Matthias gently tied Leyla's hands securely in a difficult knot, but not before wrapping her wrists around with a soft cloth. He didn't want her to bruise if she struggled against her constraints. "Sleep," he commanded her, before bringing the other end of the rope to the bed's pillar and began wounding it securely on the post. Matthias then came up beside her afterward, covering her body well with a warm blanket, tucking it snugly around her. He then left her alone. Leyla found herself tossing and turning a few times before she soon calmed down again. She remained in the same position until he returned from the shower. Her eyes were drawn to him immediately, looking innocently clueless as if she didn't know what was happening around her. All bathed and dressed, Matthias released the knot on the post but did not release her, at least not fully. Instead, he tied a hard knot only on one of her wrists this time and tied his wrist at the other end of the rope. Leyla just watched and did not resist again this time, and she still looked exhausted. Considering what happened today, it was understandable. Turning off the lights, Matthias lay beside her, their bound hands resting right next to each other. "Don't go," Matthias whispered in the darkness, his fingers twitching to reach out to her. "Stay with me." His tone was so soft and endearing that it made her eyes sting at the sound of it. But she would not utter a single response. Matthias grasped her hand, his grip tightening up gradually to keep her further with him. "Good night, Leyla," he bid her, kissing her forehead. The act was too intimate, more than just friendly, and out of harmony with this battlefield between them. Leyla found herself drifting to sleep as she rocked her gaze back and forth at her tied wrist and his serene face. She found herself dreaming in a deep sleep. It was equally a nightmare as it was sad. Cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 134. The Major's woman had changed. It was an observation the soldier on duty, who had been tasked to deliver her food every day, could see as plain as day. When he would stop by to see her, she would usually, and immediately, beg for him to help her escape. Often too, she would ask after Kyle Edman, demanding to know his current condition. But now, she would only sit in silence, not even reacting as he stopped by, and continue to stare out of the window with a blank expression. There was no more resisting or starving, or even attempting to break the door anymore. The woman only ate what was given and would sit calmly and wait. She became obedient, and it made his work easier in the process. He should be happy, but somehow it was hard for him to do so. "I don't know if I can keep doing this," he fretted guiltily as he locked the door and turned to walk away. Things had gotten angsty as of late, it made him severely nervous. He could only go pale the longer he stood in the hallway after doing his duty, before returning to his barracks. "I think the woman is a little weird," he murmured absent-mindedly, before halting to a thought. "Shouldn't I say something to him?" "To whom?" A sudden voice piped up from behind him, making him jump and turn around in haste, before sighing in relief. It was just another soldier. "To the Major," he aired nervously. Though come to think of it, wouldn't that be useless? He thought before sighing. Surely the Major knew how much his woman changed. After all, he'd been with her the most, he'd be the one most in tune with the condition of the woman he kept under lock and key. Still, Major Herhardt's current behavior looked like a person who just enjoyed every moment. He didn't appear to be bothered by anything happening behind the locked door. Additionally, it was getting more difficult to talk so callously about the situation. Lately, The major had been more and more efficient and invigorated in his work. No one wanted to get in the way of his current productivity. So unless he were to bring it up first, it was becoming an unwritten rule for everyone in the army to not mention even a pip about the major's woman. I mean, she is carrying the major's child, or so they say, the soldier began to reason out, so doesn't it stand to say that it is also the illegitimate child of Duke Herhardt? A thoughtful look flashed in their eyes. Was she truly the mistress of the Duke who ran away? The soldier, who carefully examined the empty hallway, shrugged before lowering his voice. That's what people say. Oh, that's right, piped up the other soldier. I heard the woman in the room was originally Medicatman's fiancé, the son of his family doctor, exclaimed the other before letting out a low whistle, but I guess the Duke went and seduced her anyway. Hey! Seeing the long shadow approaching from the end of the hall, the soldier on duty urgently hit the side of the soldier standing in front of him. It was only later that he noticed that the man they had just been talking about had finally appeared. They couldn't help but grow nervous, wondering if he'd heard their gossip. Matthias leisurely approached the direction where two frozen soldiers stood in attention for him. It was difficult to reconcile such dirty rumors with a man who was the epitome of great eloquence, elegance, and grace. They gave him a customary salute as soon as he neared them, and he responded in return, wordlessly dismissing them before finally disappearing into the locked room they were never to open without his permission. Relieved sighs left them as soon as he was gone. They eyed each other warily before standing both in attendance as they stood in the hallway of the hotel, where amidst the sunshine, they were once again engulfed in silence. Matthias brought a book back with him. She knew what it was, but she didn't understand what his purpose in bringing it was, so she settled down and stared at the pile of books on the table. Read it when you're bored, Matthias commanded nonchalantly of her as though he was speaking to her like a child. He picked up a random book in the pile. Here's a mystery novel. He hummed, laying it out in front of her. I'm positive it's something you will like. Leyla continued to sit in silence as he picked up another. There's also a book about birds. And so she watched, eyes fleeting over the selection of books and their covers with barely an ounce of enthusiasm. Still, she uttered not a word to him. Snacks, flowers, books. All these things the Duke had brought for her. So unbecoming of the reality of her situation, she was having trouble remembering why she was being so stubborn. But she couldn't bear to point the oddity out. It was clear to her that Matthias was not aware of what this situation was doing to her. Covered snugly in the blankets, and tucked in comfortably in the bed, Leyla found herself opening up the book on top of the pile. The letters and words danced into oblivion in front of her even as she stared at them. But a good excuse to not face the Duke. Sitting on the chair across from her, Matthias looked at her on the bed with a satisfied expression. Her loosely braided hair flowed down on slender shoulders, bunching up around her hips as it cascaded down her swollen stomach. This image of her, pregnant with his child and reading in the sun, was peaceful and beautiful. A few moments of silence reigned between them once more aside from the rhythmic sounds of flipping pages. Leyla looked at him imploringly. Let me out for a moment. She begged him. I won't run away. I promise. Matthias' eyes narrowed at her, and a tinge of fear emerged deep within her. He was not pleased with the tranquility being disturbed, even by her. I want to go home, she continued, to Uncle Bill. Leyla. He cut her off sharply, his voice low and thick, sending shivers throughout her body. Don't you remember? He leaned closer to her. You don't have a home anymore, he told her plainly, or family left. Standing up, he approached her, gently grasping her chin to keep her eyes on him. Don't you see? I'm your family, he whispered to her. Leyla, I'm all you have left, and all you will ever need. No. The instinctive protest escaped from her. I refuse to believe. His grip on her chin adjusted, tightening up around her jaw. It's a dangerous battlefield outside, he whispered, turning her head to look at the ruins outside their room, so stay with me. I'll protect you. Layla's head was turned back to look at Matthias. A single thought only ran into her mind. All the bombings she'd experienced could never compare to the absolute terror this man was to her. You have to think about your child. He implored her instead, rubbing her chin soothingly. Layla's face crumpled at his words, lips wobbling with barely concealed despair. Whenever talking about the child in her stomach, Matthias' face would take on such a loving and gentle look. She could almost believe he would be a father who truly loved the child. But only the contrary was true with him. He's a man who only sees the child in her belly as a means to satisfy his greed, to shackle her permanently to him. What an abominable man. Please don't insult my baby like that. She seethed, wrapping her frail arms around her stomach stubbornly away from him. "I don't want them to hear such insults." It was a futile effort, but she felt the need to do something, despite how useless. "You think it insulting?" Matthias hummed thoughtfully, but Leyla knew he wouldn't understand her plight at all. "There seemed to be a misunderstanding, Leyla," Matthias rebutted softly, his gaze dropping to her swollen stomach barely even hidden from him. "I adore the child. Thanks to it, I'd been persuaded not to kill you." He then smiled roguishly at her, "And thus here we are now, as happy as we can be again." She heard no malice in Matthias' voice. With the way he was now, he seemed to be only laying out the pure, cut-dry facts for her. And once again, Leyla lost another ounce of fight in her at his words. She could only hide in silence again. Matthias bowed down and kissed her on her forehead. Then he went back to his seat and returned to appreciating just the sight of Leyla in front of him. Like she was only a piece of art to be ogled at. Evening came swiftly, and once more he hugged her and secured her back to bed. With his bare chest flushed against her back, Leyla noticed her temperature was a little warmer than usual. "Come and read on our website Wuxia World site." "Thanks. I have a fever," she pointed out weakly. Matthias frowned, before spreading a palm on her forehead, checking if she had a fever. Leyla only turned back around, her back now to him once more. "I feel tired, I want to rest," she declared. With a resigned sigh, she squeezed her eyes shut. Now sitting on the bed, watching her back, Matthias gently reached out to put the tie on the table around her wrist once more. Once satisfied and secured with the knot, he laid back down behind her before encasing her in his arms like a trap. To Leyla, whom he cherished, Matthias told many stories. He told her how much he knew what she liked, and how he was going to create a world for her. Should there be no such place among the mansions owned by the Herhardt family, he would build a new one in her name. He could even buy an island for her if it's what it took. "Let's build a tower, and build it high so it reaches the sky. I'll keep you with me forever to make our heaven. I'll give you my world, Leyla, as long as you stay by my side, as you are now. I love you," he whispered in Layla's ear, who'd long fallen asleep dreaming about his sweet tortures. It was still a confession, one that can only be conveyed in this way for now. But one day, perhaps soon, he may be able to say it while looking at the beautiful green eyes he'd long wanted to keep on him forever. And that day he eagerly waits for it. Leyla won't leave him anymore when she learns to stop fearing him. Perhaps it wasn't long now. After all, Leyla loved this kid that came from him. As soon as the child is born, and would need its father, Leyla will have no other choice than to accept him. And he's more than willing to play the role. To make a loving family for the child she cherishes so much. Matthias kissed Layla's soft hair, grasping tightly and securely one of her hands with pure joy. Despite the burning fever against his skin, he only ever had one truth for her. "I love you." Suddenly there was a sound of a sigh, hitting hotly against the cold chill around them. Repressing the urge to suddenly break down in vulnerability, Matthias buried his face in the nape of her neck, nuzzling it snugly. The fresh scent of roses flooded his nostrils. She still smelled so sweet to him. It's funny to see himself begging for the heart of the woman who only had hatred for him, but he's undeniably happy right now, with Leyla in his arms. The night was lovely. He looked around with a dazed face, not knowing what to do before he settled on pulling her body flush against him instead, wounding an arm around her to securely her firmly against his body. She squirmed in his arms, but only for a moment. And he found a sadistic form of pleasure in her mindless resistance. He chuckled, low and quiet in the night. But there was a hidden urge in him to cry. Leyla opened her eyes to the sunset. It was a dreamy color that made unrealistic days feel more like a dream. Looking at her forehead, all drenched with cold sweat, she curled up before sighing against the heat. Her hand went to rub her stomach. "Are you okay?" she asked it, smiling at the soft, fluttering sensation she felt when she stroked her stomach, as if in response to the question. A sense of relief washed over her, along with a minor ache in her bones that began to spread. The mild fever and chills that began a few days ago were getting worse, she soon noted. She endured well even when she was left alone in the broken house after losing Uncle Bill. But after her encounter with the Duke, her body and mind felt as if it was on the brink of collapsing. She hated the feeling so much, but her body refused to bend to her will. Every day was getting scary and difficult to live through. She felt like this was it. After Uncle Bill's funeral, every night that came made her go deeper and deeper into the comforts of sleep to escape the pains in her life. When the house would grow quiet, she was suffocated. And when the strong night wind kept blowing through the broken window, She could only tremble in fear that another air raid would come. But she still has a baby. She had to protect them, so she tried to hang in there, but there were many moments when it didn't work out. Moments even her child wasn't enough to bring her to care about her life. And Leyla hated how she truly realized it now she was forever by Matthias' side. She was dragged humiliatingly captive, forced to eat for survival despite her wishes, and slept more comfortably in a cruel man's arms than when she was alone, which sometimes came as an unbearably painful wound. Above all, she found it unbearable how well the baby had taken to the man who kept imprisoning her. The baby would soon begin fluttering here and there when they heard his voice. When he touched her, she could also feel the baby kick in joy. They moved a lot more with Matthias with her than they did for her alone. They didn't understand how cruel the man was, they were just content with having another being around than just the mother. Because the baby has only ever had just a mother. Leyla was very upset and guilty about that. She only found out she was with child once they finally left Arvis. She tried too long, and too hard to pretend she didn't know that she wasn't growing a human in her belly. But eventually, it had grown too big to deny. Too big to ignore. As soon as she accepted reality, Leyla grew to find solace with the child, surprisingly. She knew what it meant to have an illegitimate child whose father would never even know its existence, how her life would change irrevocably if she were to keep it. And what disappointment and sadness she would bring to Uncle Bill once he knew she'd keep the child of her torturer. So she kept quiet, unwilling to disclose its existence. She wanted to protect the baby, but she was afraid it'll look like a lingering regret that she brought to this far place without leaving it in Arvis. Surely Uncle Bill would think so too. She was so embarrassed. But it was more crippling to carry the knowledge that she'd never know what Uncle Bill truly thought if she was carrying the Duke's child. If she had known it would remain such great guilt, she shouldn't have hidden it from Uncle Bill. After losing Uncle Bill overnight, the most painful crushing feeling of regret bore down on her chest. Was the baby lonely like her then? Was that why, even when its father was cruel and heartless, the baby has taken such a liking to him this much? I don't want you to. You'll only get hurt. She implored it to hate their father. Leyla. She hadn't realized she'd fallen asleep, before waking up in confusion. Looking up, she saw Matthias. The lights were already turned on, lighting up the once darkened room. She thought he was continuing what he was saying, but she couldn't hear him well over the fog in her ears. There was just a biting chill in the air. But her body still felt too hot. She soon found herself out of breath even though she was lying still on the bed all this time. Leyla. His voice that kept calling out her name only grew louder. The child's movement in her belly also grew in strength. They kicked harder and harder every time Matthias called out for her. What if the baby thought their name was Leyla? She thought idly before she laughed at the thought. What a funny mistake it was if that were true, Leyla thought to herself, before the laughter died down. Soon, only a hot breath escaped her lips, replacing the soft chuckles she'd let out. He was still calling out her name, and the child was still moving around excitedly, but could only register the mixed sensations all around her. The heat, the chill, the fluttering in her stomach, and the soothing sensation of Matthias saying her name. She missed Uncle Bill, she thought belatedly to herself, before her vision soon turned to black. Cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 135. The military doctor looked at the patient with puzzled eyes. The woman was not recovering for several days now. It was difficult for him to find a proper way to examine her condition because he couldn't use the usual medicine. Her pregnancy was proving difficult for him to treat her. When will the fever go down? Major Herhardt asked as soon as the doctor stepped away from Leyla. The military doctor grimaced to face him, swallowing down his nervousness at disappointing the Duke. There was more than just a fever ailing the Major's woman. He had been surprised she'd managed to survive so far with such a myriad of conditions happening to her body alone. Any other average adult would not be at risk of death with this fever. Still, with her pregnancy, and further weakened body by other ailments, it was a different matter altogether. Death was proving to be more likely, but he didn't know how to break it to the Major without fearing for his life in return. On the first day he was called to this room, Major Herhardt sighs, who spoke blankly about the woman's worsening condition, had a cold and shuddering glint. He hardly looked like amongst the living and seemed just about ready to swallow a bullet up his mouth to follow his woman. We still have to wait and see, the doctor began to stammer when Matthias cut him off rather rudely. Until when? Matthias growled threateningly deep and low towards the doctor. Ever since he saw her collapse, he immediately began to nurse her back to health. All by himself, he wanted to do it. He refused anyone else's aid, snapping at them for even offering to take care of her. "If we take her to a military hospital in the back, can we treat her?" he urgently inquired, looking down at her matted, sweaty golden hair, and stray locks plastered against her temples as she sweated buckets. But the doctor shook his head. "With the patient's physical condition, the journey itself will be too difficult to endure." He quickly explained to the Duke, "And if by some miracle we manage to send her there, her pregnancy would still prevent us from treating her with any medicine." He wanted to explain more about the woman's condition, but judging by the Major's ominous expression, continuing to speak would only gain his ire. This terrifying expression of his, which made him look like a dead man walking, only made him be seen like a cornered animal. But despite his posture, his expression remained blank and impassive. "I'm sorry, Major." The doctor finished with a sullen and resigned tone. Matthias approached Leyla's bedside again, instinctively grabbing her hand in his. She remained stubbornly unconscious. The frighteningly high fever had refused to subside for days. Leyla had stayed unconscious for most of the time. When she was, it was still barely enough to keep her awake for long, unable to eat beyond a spoonful of porridge properly. She would groan endlessly, complaining about the heat and murmur incoherently before blacking out again. However, Matthias did not give up. To somehow lower the heat, he wiped her forehead with a wet towel, wiping it and her body off of the grime and sweat that had begun to accumulate. Then, he'd religiously cradle her head and feed the porridge when she awoke. Leyla would scold him half-heartedly for his manhandling of her, but he let it slide. Day in and day out, he would patiently change her clothes, wipe her sweat, and do the same things again and again with every passing day. "It's all right, Leyla." He cooed softly over her delirious fever haze. Then, breathing raggedly in his arms, she groaned in pain as she struggled to keep her eyes open and stare deliriously around them. "You'll get better soon," he promised. Layla's eyes snapped to the light source overhead. "Uncle Bill." She called out, eyes unfocused as they stared up at him before she gave him a sweet, sweet smile. "Leyla." He breathed reverently. Later. In the evening, Layla's words trailed off, as she resumed babbling incoherently. Something cold settled in his chest at the mention of the name. Kyle. Despite being unconscious, the name this woman called affectionately stilled the loving caress that was being given to her. Matthias's hands that had been wiping her sweat away froze in contemplation. Amongst her fevered ramblings, Matthias inferred she believed herself to be back in Arvis before they began their relationship together, as she began babbling on about a few stories he'd already read in her diary, her taking care of the flowers in the garden with Bill Remmer, having so much fun in the forest and the flower fields, doing homework with Kyle Atman in their quaint little cabin. Always only three. Only the three of them always flashed in her memories as they spent time together, ate dinner, and laughed together. He looked down and watched her happy expression as she babbled on and off of eloquence. Not a single moment as she shared her memories did her smile fade. Even as the pain worsened, and she'd grown red in the face, it disappeared. After wandering in such illusions for a long time, Leyla lost consciousness again and fell into a deep sleep. Instead of waking her up, Matthias dipped a lukewarm towel in a basin. The bones of the hand that twisted the towel as hard as possible were turning white as he poured every terrible thought he wanted to do. When night came around, Leyla called out for more names, but they stayed mostly the same. Mom. Dad. Uncle Bill. Kyle. And yet, not a single moment did Matthias cross her fever-addled brain. A rising rage awoke in him at the blatant insult Leyla kept showing him even as she was sick. Outside the makeshift infirmary, a military car came rolling by to a stop belonging to Bergian forces. One of those that dismounted was Matthias von Lindman. He had stopped in front of a hotel standing in the square of the city, stretching a limb overhead as he loosened his limbs up from the long journey. He watched the young soldiers sitting in groups and having a leisurely afternoon smoke or chat. This relaxed aura in the camp, a different cry from the war he'd come from, immediately brightened up Riet's eyes. Riet Lindman, a noble officer, who recognized him, approached with a smile as they greeted each other. Riet shook his hand in return with his roguish smile. "Oh, you're still alive," he jested. "You know how I am." They light-heartedly rebutted. The two continued exchanging pleasantries and jokes before they sat side by side at a bar on the hotel's first floor. After achieving the top priority of occupying Siena, the Berg army was scheduled to reorganize its battle lines here and march west to attack the capital of Levada. However, Soldiers who had been running non-stop and winning the war were given temporary leave to enjoy some time in a warm resort city in the south as a reward for all their hard work and sacrifice. Before the start of the new year, the emperor's solemn declaration that he would win and return Berg's sons, which he pertained to Siena city, to his family's arms, but no one readily believed it. Now it was looking more and more likely to be true. What about Matthias? Riet lightly winced as he downed a shot of brandy, looking around in search of the Duke as he asked for his whereabouts. After all, he was the reason why Riet, who'd been assigned to the rear units who supplied the bulk of Berg army, came over here in the first place. To check up on his cousin. It's. The officer, who was laughing mischievously with him not a moment ago, suddenly looked pensive and hesitant. Riet frowned with concern. Why? Did something happen? I didn't hear that he was injured. It's not like that. Major Herhardt is safe, but... The officer began to trail off, sighing. There have been some strange things happening here lately. Oh? Riet asked, now intrigued. What could have happened to that boring guy? Fingers drummed against the glass. He dragged a pregnant Lovetan woman to camp. Riet's hands stilled before he could throw back another shot of brandy down his throat. What? He croaked, Riet doubting he heard him correctly. It's a shock that Duke Matthias von Herhardt, who is not like the other men, would suddenly feel the urge to claim a woman out of the blue. Especially a Lovetan woman. He grumbled, rubbing his temples in great confusion, still unable to wrap his head around their major's behavior. I can't explain it. Ah, come on, Riet prodded, don't leave me hanging now that you've told me the interesting bits. In room 308, go and see it for yourself. The other soldier grunted, throwing back another shot of brandy for himself. You'll know when you see it. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. He drank the rest of the drink and shook his head and sighed. Riet, who was looking at him with a frown, left the bar, alongside the rest of his luggage. Even as he climbed the stairs and passed through the hallway where the room was located, he did not believe his friend. Riet thought it was certain that he was drunk from all the day drinking he'd been doing. Or perhaps he went a little crazy due to the shock of war. That made more sense than Matthias von Herhardt committing such a scandal amid a high-stake war. Soon after, however, Riet was able to confirm the ridiculous reality with his own eyes. Just as he was about to knock, the door to the room suddenly swung open. He nearly crashed into the military doctor, who was just about to leave the room. Oh, is Matthias in there? He politely asked the doctor, before a sudden burst inside the room gave them great alarms. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Come on. A demanding yell echoed from inside, before the doctor turned back inside in haste, with Riet following in suit. What he saw greatly baffled him as soon as he saw his cousin. His perfect cousin, the ever-revered Duke of Arvis, now looked manic as he shook roughly the arms of an unconscious, and definitely, heavily pregnant woman in bed as he shouted at her. Matthias had bloodshot eyes, and age lines on his face were more prominent than he remembered. Even the shirt he had on was loose and crinkled. It was unbelievable even when he saw his state with his own eyes. Don't do this, Major. The patient needs to rest, protested the doctor as he gripped the Major's wrists to prevent him from shaking the woman roughly some more. Do you think you can run away if you die? Matthias screamed at the woman's face, don't underestimate me. Without any mercy or regard, Matthias shoved the military doctor holding his arm away. He resumed grabbing the unconscious woman lying in bed again. Riet had no clue what was going on, but his body moved anyway, immediately grabbing Matthias' wrists to prevent him from aggravating the woman's condition more. What's going on, Matthias? Riet yelled over his cousin's screams. What's the meaning of all this? In his shock, Riet abruptly let go of Matthias as soon as he saw who was lying on the bed. He took a few steps away from his cousin. It was Leyla Lewellin, the woman whom Riet recognized well enough. Taking advantage of Riet's shock, Matthias rushed back to Leyla. If you run away to death, I'll die too. I'll chase you, Matthias exclaimed as he shook her unconscious frame roughly. You hear me, Leyla? You're mine. Even if you die, you will not escape me. Matthias, who held and screamed at an unconscious woman, looked like a made beast, forced into the last of his sanity. Like a pitiful prey thrown in front of the gun, weighed down by uncontrollable fear and left only with its baser instincts. Riet reeled back in great disbelief as he watched the madness unfolding in front of him. This didn't make sense. As far as he knew, Matthias was a man who had lived perfectly all his life. He was always calculating and composed, always an intimidating predator, and a perfect hunter all his life. There was no reason to believe he could be anything else than that. Open your eyes now. Open your eyes, Leyla, Matthias demanded from Leyla, who remained stubbornly limp and unwaking. See who is in front of you before you kill Kyle Edman. He seethed desperately, his body shaking with a barely concealed rage. A few days ago, perhaps Leyla could have been roused back to unconsciousness with his current actions, but her condition had greatly worsened with every passing day. And now, even with her ragged breaths and groans of pain, her eyes could only remain closed off from him. Matthias saw this as a slight to him, a stubborn refusal on her part to deny him of her attention. And it made Matthias want to go crazy. Uncle, Leyla murmured painfully and longingly in her delirium. When she sighed out, Matthias caught the smell of a familiar tang iron scent. He could only slump back into bed, unable to say anything more to make her see him. She called out for Bilremer a few more times, a smile always following suit before her cloudy green eyes blinked up unfocused in the room. It was almost like he was there with him, about to fetch and steal Leyla away from him. Matthias looked around with blank and dead eyes, before landing on the window in the room. It must be a bright day outside, yet he saw no light. It was all darkness. Perfect darkness without even a single piece of light. Was the gardener truly trying to take Leyla away? What ridiculous thought, he rationalized, but the persistent fear refused to leave him. Just as Bill orchestrated the escape from Arvis with Leyla. He comes back once more to take Leyla back from the man who fought tooth and nail to reunite them. Leyla. Matthias called out softly, his tune changed once more in the face of looming death for her. He wrapped Layla's heated cheeks with his hands which began to tremble. Leyla, please. He begged in his mind as he pressed their foreheads together, before pressing their lips together and tasting the blood that had settled on her lips. She was whispering once more, weak and soft against his lips. Uncle. Layla's lips became soft as if she had met Bilremer again. Kyle. She called out with a delirious smile. Naturally, the name followed. Leyla laughed happily against him, even though he knew in his heart she was about to die. She was dreaming of beautiful things with a man that wasn't him. Matthias flashed back to the girl smiling brightly at Kyle Edman in front of him. She was the child of Arvis, who grew up to be so smart as she was pretty, her eyes forever twinkling and loving with everything she saw. The woman who escaped from him relentlessly, the woman he was hoping was his but never was. Was he killing her? Matthias. Riette, who approached him, grabbed his shoulder slightly. It was only then that Matthias noticed the existence of his cousin. But it didn't rouse any sense of alarm in him. Just a void remained. Even with Riette in front of him, Matthias's eyes were just empty. Matthias' touch returned to Leyla, being spurned by Riette's touch on his shoulder. His hands roamed all over the sweaty hair, the matted red face. His hands lingered on her neck, before moving to her arms, and torso before he finally leaned back. His hands dropped to the sides limply. With a terse voice, he finally spoke. Bring me Edman. Now. Kyle Edman. Kyle hurriedly looked up for the voice that was urgently calling for him. The military police, one of those who put him in this prison, were rushing in, keys jingling as they stood in front his cell. You've been requested, Private Edman. The police informed him as they unlocked his makeshift cell. Deciding to be a little snarky after being imprisoned, Kyle couldn't help but snap back at them. Oh? Don't I still have more days to serve as punishment? Stop talking smart and come out. The police barked harshly at him, yanking him up to his feet. You've been given an important job in place of your punishment, so be grateful. Double time, Private, they urged him, roughly grabbing him by his biceps and hauling him out of prison. What do you mean? Kyle asked with great confusion. What mission? It's Major Herhardt's orders. The police grunted at him. Ah, so he was being released under the Duke's leniency, huh? Kyle wanted to laugh mockingly at the thought. Surely this was just another 6 cents of justice the Duke had. Just about as Kyle was about to snark back at the police, he was interrupted by an explanation. The Duke's leniency for putting himself in this warehouse. As soon as he wanted to laugh, the military police continued. The woman the Major brought is very sick, the police sternly explained, and for some reason, he's convinced you can help. So get up, Private Edman. Time's a wastin'. Cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 136. There's not much I can do for the patient at the moment, Major. The military doctor opened his mouth with an awkward face. It was very embarrassing to have to repeat the same words every day in front of his increasingly cold superior. Why? The returning Major's answer was also the same. As you know, she's pregnant, so I can't use medicine carelessly. If something goes wrong, the child in the stomach. I'm asking about Leyla right now. Matthias interrupted rudely, which ultimately paved way for a newfound tension in the room between the current occupants. The military doctor flinched upon the major's harshness, especially as Matthias immediately shot up to his feet. Before anything else could happen, the door swung open to reveal Kyle as he finally returned. Uniform crumpled up, hair unkempt, and dark circles beneath his eyes, Kyle held a murderous glare as his eyes landed on Matthias. But unlike him, Matthias only held a quiet, haunted look in his eyes. Unlike Kyle, who glared at him as if he were going to kill him, Matthias' eyes were consistently silent. The first day he'd been called into the room, he witnessed a ruthless quarrel between the two men. But more so on Private Itman's part than it did with the major's. Kyle, who saw Leyla lying dead, went half crazy and attacked him without hesitation. If only he could kill that devil. However, even if Kyle cursed, waved his fist, and made a fuss, Matthias did not show any reaction. Save Leyla. That was all he said to Kyle. He ruined her, drove her to the threshold of death, and dared to give such an order to him? Yet Kyle wouldn't reject the order. It's Leyla after all. Why should she suffer for what the major did? Even if it was not a major's order, he had to save Leyla at all costs. But it was, so he couldn't do anything else about it. Leyla's condition has not improved at all. Sometimes, when her consciousness came back from time to time, she would recognize Kyle and say things as if he had returned to his childhood friend, but that was all. Focus on Leyla, not the child, Matthias hissed. Just think about Leyla, and make sure she's healed, demanded Matthias after a glance at Kyle, before addressing the doctor once more. But Major, the mother, and the baby's condition are not separate. Inevitably together. Use the medicine, Matthias ordered, and the doctor clamped his mouth shut at the raised voice. Use the medicine to lower her fever, and wake her up. Finally, Kyle broke his silence on the matter. She's too far along in the pregnancy already. Kyle seethed at him. If we use any of the stronger medicine, the child would come out stillborn. So what? Matthias snapped before he looked down at Leyla, who was breathing hard. Bring your medicine, Edmund. Do you want to kill the child? Kyle asked him incredulously. I don't care what happens to the child, Matthias admitted truthfully, and Kyle couldn't help but scoff. How could you? You're here to save Leyla, Matthias cut off, his tone more ominous than before as he glared at Kyle. Do what is asked of you and nothing else. He'd lost care about keeping the child alive the moment he realized he would lose Leyla anyway. It's true that when the child dies, the last hope of regaining Leyla by his side forever would disappear. It's the thought that made him hesitate most about the treatment he knew could save Layla's life. But ultimately, he'd rather endure the hell of letting her go and live her life than watch her die. There was nothing else to consider. Nothing else would matter. And that's what Matthias had come to do. How can you tell me to kill her child so callously? Kyle persisted. Have you ever taken into account her feelings in this matter, or just your selfishness again? Kyle burst into anger that he couldn't hold back anymore. Mariette, who was watching from afar, also stepped in to put his 2 cents in. I agree, Matthias, Mariette piped up softly. We're already in a war. And if that child that Miss Lewellin has is your child, you have to save it, too. His eyes were serious when he looked at Matthias. If you were to be killed and die, and if that child in your stomach is your child, it would be her heart's only successor. Mariette spoke in the count of the nobility. It was the right thing to do if you were an heir to a prestigious family. And Matthias von Herhardt was said to be the most perfect aristocrat in this empire. Be reasonable, Mariette urged, imploring to the rational duke he knew Matthias was. After a glance towards both Kyle and Mariette, who stood in front of him in protest, Matthias whirled around swiftly to face the military doctor again. Give me the medicine. He immediately demanded it. The calm voice that broke the heavy silence was no different from before. If no one had the balls to save Leyla, He'd do it himself. I'll save Leyla. Matthias repeated the cold-blooded orders as if he knew nothing else but that. Middle dot colon middle dot 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 middle dot colon middle dot. My dream has come true, Leyla thought happily. Even though she knew it was impossible, the dream she had deep in her heart became a reality. It was the beginning of summer when the forest of Arvis would turn the most beautiful green. She pedaled her bike excitedly and ran to the cabin. She wore the summer uniform of Gillis's girls' school, where the hem of her blue dress fluttered along the wind shaking the forest. The old bicycle creaked and stopped in front of the warehouse in the front yard of the cabin. Leyla jumped slightly off the bike, quickly running the remaining distance home. It didn't take too long to change her clothes and come out again. She wore a wide-brimmed straw hat and held a large basket, walking gently toward the deep forest as if dancing. She was going to pick raspberries until Kyle came to study together. She had to make enough raspberry jam to fit the glass bottles before the end of this summer. Yes, it was a dream come true. At the beginning of summer when she was only 18 years old. Back when everything was still all fun and happy days. Leyla hummed and picked raspberries. She also thought about the dinner menu from time to time. For both Uncle Bill and Kyle, she could make their favorite foods. Should she have asked Uncle Bill to catch the chicken? While thinking diligently and picking raspberries, Leyla reached the riverside. The smell of water tickled her nose as she wiped her sweaty forehead. Now, these days will continue every day. Leyla could tell that her dream came true and she can live in this time forever. She was so thrilled. She felt her heart was full when suddenly Leyla heard a child crying. It was strange. There are no children in this forest. However, the sound was too loud and clear to dismiss as something she just misheard. Leyla, who hesitated, put down the heavy basket for a while and looked in the direction in which the cry came. And after a while, she spotted a strange child crying. A small and pretty child, who seemed to be around Leyla's age when she was abandoned by her mother, was crying and walking alone from the foot of the river. Puzzled, Leyla's steps faltered before she stepped back. She didn't know who the child was. She gently pressed a palm against her pounding chest and shook her head. She had to hurry back to the cabin. Uncle Bill will be back soon. She had to make dinner for the three of them. But who is that? Why is the child crying? Leyla took a step back, suddenly overcome with the urge to cry. In the meantime, the child's cries only grew louder. What should I do? What should I do? She kept biting her lips out of nervousness. Her ears were ringing with the deafening cries of the unknown child. And then she gasped, pupils dilating as a vision flashed right in front of her. It was fuzzy at first until it gradually became clearer and clearer. And then she saw the blue eyes. As soon as Leyla realized that it was Matthias who'd been looking right at her, she suddenly became aware of one other thing. Large, firm hands grabbed her chin and began to pry open her mouth. Naturally, she resisted weakly in protest, confused and unknowing of what was happening. After a while, something smooth, hard, and cold touched her lips. It was a medicine bottle. Middle dot colon middle dot 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 middle dot colon middle dot. A sharp scream erupted in the whole room. Leyla's scream was so loud that other occupants found it hard to believe she was the same woman who had only been suffering, dying even, just a while ago. Leyla! Kyle called out for her, while the doctor and Riette stood uselessly at either side. They looked at him sheepishly, but Matthias, who was holding down a thrashing Leyla, remained surprisingly cool-headed. It's all right. You'll be fine soon. Matthias promised her quietly as he continued to overpower Leyla, who was struggling, and then fixed eyes on the medicine bottle and grabbed it hastily. However, Leyla continued to thrash around relentlessly as she screamed bloody murder against his hold. Don't. Get away from me. I don't want it. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Don't be stubborn, Leyla, Matthias grunted as he continued to keep her head still to force the medicine down her throat. My baby. My family. Who are you to kill my family? Matthias' frown deepened as he looked at Leyla, thrashing and screaming around like he was the devil. If you keep this up, you'll die. He pointed out to her, sticking fingers at the side of her mouth, to open it up. A frustrated look emerged from his eyes as Leyla started to bite and scratch at his hands. Hysterical sobs all but replaced her screams, but Matthias didn't back down one bit. "So save it." She wheezed at him, all frail and weakened, limbs as thin as twigs, but her grip on his hand holding the medicine bottle was stubbornly strong as she pushed it away from her. The desperation in her voice eventually stilled his hands. "I lied. I lied. I lied." Leyla rasped breathlessly, eyes wide and panicked as she pleaded with him. "It's your baby. It's only ever your baby." Tears that flowed non-stop soaked her fever face. "I know," Matthias answered without any hesitation or remorse as his resolve remained strong. It was a fact that he knew from the beginning and had never doubted for a moment. And it didn't have any effect on Matthias' decision. He'd kill his child to save her. Only Leyla was important to him. Leyla stared at him in a daze, in complete disbelief at the man who now held her child's life in his hands quite literally. Matthias was steadfast. He wasn't backing down. "No, it's you. It's your baby," she sobbed as she wheezed and pleaded with him to spare her child. Her ramblings turned inconsolable as she continued to. Leyla muttered incomprehensibly. "You are going to kill the baby even though you know it's your child? How?" "I'm telling you the truth," she sobbed, but Matthias remained silent. "It might look like you." She tried again, but nothing. He remained quiet, and his grip on her still strong. "The baby, it loves you. It loves you, my baby," she rasped out, delirious and weakened. Still, Matthias remained silent, even as Leyla's pleas became more desperate. Of this, Matthias couldn't comprehend the importance. Leyla continued to spout nonsense for him. Whether the child resembles him or likes him, it didn't mean anything to Matthias. The child only ever served as an excuse to have Leyla by his side without making him kill her, so it was important then. But not anymore. The child in his eyes now was nothing more than another parasite, trying to take Leyla away from him. And Matthias could not tolerate that kind of existence. Even if it's his child doing it, no one would take Leyla away from him. He won't allow it. Renewed with this knowledge, Matthias now climbed over Leyla's frail form, grip hardening on the medicine bottle. "No. Don't do that. Don't kill my baby. I'm dying too. If my baby dies, I'll die too." Leyla wailed as she struggled with all her might. "Without my baby, I will be all alone in the world. I'll die. I don't think I can stand it. So, please." By now she didn't even have the strength to keep her eyes open anymore, but Leyla, she still hung on tightly to him. Matthias deepened more as he kept looking at her ever-weakening state, a painful lurch in his heart at her statement. "What about me?" He wanted to ask, but couldn't. Why can't he be her family instead? He'll take care of her, give her everything she would ever desire. He'd be with her always, so she won't ever be alone. He's right here with her, always had been, and yet Leyla continued to say she's alone. Had she already considered he'd never be part or important to her life then? His grip eventually loosened up, and the medicine bottle rolled down from Matthias' grasp as he stared down at Leyla. His hollow laughter flowed ruthlessly out his lips, as the glass bottle shattered into a million pieces as it hit the floor. "Leyla, if you want to save your child, you should live, too." Matthias, who opened his slowly closed eyes, looked at Leyla with a more convincing gaze. "If you give your life to save the child, it will die anyway," he told her gently, caressing her chin. "Because if you die just to save it," before his hands still and his gaze hardened, "I'm going to kill it," he promised her. He held her face still for her to look at him, but her eyes had gone unfocused. Her lips remained wordless with his threats to her child's life. "Listen up, Leyla. Live," he commanded her in a whisper, "live. If you want to save that child. Do you understand me?" he demanded of her. Her hands trembled with feverish heat, but eventually, Leyla found the strength to nod a few times before she lost consciousness again. Still, Matthias shook Leyla's unconscious form urgently to confirm her answer. He kept at it, even as it was clear she was no longer conscious. It ended only after Riet, who couldn't just watch the nightmare anymore, managed to eventually pull him away from her and forcibly pulled him out of the room. Everyone in the room could tell that if Leyla were to eventually die, so would the child in her belly, by Matthias' hands. Cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 137, If I Can't Be Your Sky. A strange routine soon formed between Matthias and Kyle. Kyle would step in to take care of her when Leyla came to consciousness, and Matthias would take charge as soon as she fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't intentional, but it just came to them naturally. A wordless agreement between the two of them. Fortunately, a few days later, after the whole kerfuffle, Leyla's fever was finally breaking, little by little. The military doctor was relieved that it turned out to not be pneumonia, which was the worst-case scenario for the pregnant woman. He was also quite certain that should the woman die, he too would be killed by the major for his failure. All that's left to do now was to leave it to the patient. He cautiously informed the major, who was holding the hand of the woman as soon as she fell asleep. To do that, the doctor started anxiously. Her comfort is of utmost importance. Please refrain from stressing her out in any way, and not handle her so roughly. The doctor eventually laid out. While he was afraid for whatever lashing out the major would give him, this too was necessary advice. If the major wanted to keep the woman alive, he needed to heed this advice as well. Matthias stood up abruptly, making everyone else in the room flinch. He remained quiet, before letting go of Leyla's hand. Kyle, who brought her meal just in time, finally entered the room. They locked eyes with one another. As they continued to hold each other's gaze, the nervous eyes of the military doctor flitted between them, as he gulped down his trepidation. Duke Herhardt and his family doctor's son. More and more the rumors about the Duke stealing the doctor's son's woman were becoming more truthful with every passing time. Fortunately, the silence did not last very long. Matthias eventually stepped back, and Kyle finally took over his recently vacated space beside the unconscious woman. And just in time too, as Leyla finally opened her eyes. Kyle. A bright and pleasant smile spread across Layla's lips as soon as she saw him. What about the note? Did you bring your geometric note? She asked him incoherently. Kyle gave her a soft and despondent smile in return. She was still half delirious and crazed from the high fever. He'd play along with her until she got better. Of course I brought it. He piped up softly, wiping down gently the sweat from her forehead. That way, I can get dinner from you. No, not yet, she mumbled, looking around with a frown. Don't you want to have dinner, Leyla? Kyle softly inquired, waiting patiently for her response. Uncle Bill hasn't come yet. Kyle blinked back, the tears stinging his eyes at the mention of him. He cleared his throat for a bit to compose himself before responding to her. Your Uncle Bill had told me he'd be running a little late, Leyla. Kyle excused as he smiled brighter after rubbing his red-eyed face in a hurry. Matthias watched them from a distance from the bed, hidden from her direct line of sight. He watched as Leyla smiled like an innocent girl and believed Kyle's words almost immediately, not an ounce of hesitation. And Kyle was there, carefully feeding her porridge, blowing on every spoonful to cool it down for her. What a cozy and peaceful sight. One he'd never had with her at all. After watching them for a moment more, Matthias swiftly turned on his heels, quietly turning around to avoid seeing more. As the bright sunlight poured over him as he went out into the hallway, a bitter smile paved its way to his lips. Middle. Matthias did not return to his room until late at night. Kyle had just left the room, and now only Leyla remained in it, deeply fast asleep. The fever was finally breaking, albeit gradually, but at least Layla's breathing was no longer ragged and wheezing. She was breathing normally once again. Thanks to this, Matthias can observe her endlessly in the undisturbed silence. Her face was calm, almost as if she was in a pleasant dream. He didn't know what dream she was having, but he was certain of just one thing about it. He wasn't in it. He didn't want to think about the mess around him, but eventually, he found himself in the bathroom, cleaning himself up. He took longer than usual in the shower, hence by the time he got out, Leyla was awake. The woman was lying still, staring up at the ceiling like an innocent child. He hesitated for a while, but Matthias still approached Leyla. Upon hearing his nearing footsteps, she turned curiously to look at him. Eventually, it hadn't come as a surprise to him that as soon as she saw him, her innocent and wide-eyed look was soon replaced by a frantic and unbridled fear. "No, don't do it," she whispered pleadingly at him. Matthias continued forward, stopping by the bed, and lifted the covers, watching her shrink in fear with his proximity. He found himself not minding it one bit, before pulling her closer and began to remove her clothes anyway, and proceeded to wipe down the building sweat and grime all over her body. She gasped and whimpered at his touch, thrashing weakly in his grip, but he kept going. She shook his arm off of her weakly, and when she realized that it was useless, she covered her face with her hands. He could have gone and ordered a woman to do this. Their military wasn't short on staff female nurses after all. But he didn't want to let anyone else near Leyla. He hated seeing someone else fretting over her, being with her, touching her, and seeing her the way he did now. It didn't matter if it was a man or a woman. Only he must be with her. Matthias kept carefully wiping her shivering and frail body. As soon as his hands reached her stomach, his frame froze for just a moment. While Leyla was growing weaker due to her sickness, the child kept growing persistently. He had hoped that somehow she would miscarry eventually and Leyla would be back to full health, but the child stubbornly remained healthy in her belly. Truly it could only be his child, seeing as it was persistently sticking close to the woman, like he was. Funnily enough, while Leyla would have no qualms in leaving him behind, seemed to be quite enamored with the small parasite she was ready to even die for. At that moment, an ugly feeling bloomed in his chest toward his unborn child. He envied and hated the child like crazy. Back then, he only had to be content with Kyle Letman and Bill Rimmer. But the old gardener was already dead, and Kyle was no threat to him. And now this parasite of a child. He did not doubt that Leyla would put even her favorite birds, flowers, and even grass above him. His situation was truly miserable and pitiful, and frankly pathetic, but he couldn't get rid of his feelings for her. Should I just get rid of everything? He wondered curiously. The urge to do it was strong, to get rid of everything in his way to be with Leyla, despite his rational side saying otherwise. If he were to get rid of everything she loved, she would have no choice but to stay with him. A crazy thought, but he could do it, he supposed. He'd drive her mad, just as she did when she left him. Oh, he hadn't seen it before. But one day, his love will eventually kill Leyla, won't it? But this was how he loved her. He didn't know how to love this woman any other way. He didn't think he'd need to find a different way in all his life. Matthias fixed the towel and grabbed it as he gathered his racing thoughts, calming down his breathing. His eyes stared deep into the abyss, even as he lay down and covered Leyla in new pajamas. "Let's sleep," Matthias whispered, sweeping Layla's hair over her forehead and cheek. Leyla nodded at him breathlessly, and soon closed her eyes. She didn't feel like she fell asleep. She would have just wanted to avoid it. She can't afford to lose her bearing around a man she hated and feared so much. Matthias remained by Layla's side though, despite knowing how much she hated him. It was good to see her either way. He loved her so much, about as much as he was sick and tired of himself. Middle. When she woke up, Leyla was in Matthias' arms again, encased securely and gently in them. The morning sunshine seeping through the window was illuminating them beautifully together. As her mind gradually focused back to the present, one by one her memories came flooding back to her during her fever. She remembered vaguely complaining during her sleep. She also voiced her wishes to go out. She also remembered feeling frustrated. She only wanted to get some fresh air. And yet she remembered Matthias giving her a hard, cold glare, obviously not allowing it. But they were also fuzzy, they seemed surreal. Leyla chanced to glance at Matthias, before turning her eyes to look at the sky over the open window. He was still snuggling deeply, his back to the window as his arms wrapped warmly around her. His fingers were absent-mindedly stroking and caressing the small of her back, feeling like a small gentle breeze was running through her. "Leyla!" he called out, snapping her gaze back to his now opened lids. He'd finally awoken, But then he lowered his gaze from hers and turned to the distant sky before he locked eyes with her again. "Leyla," he called out in a whisper, almost like her name was the only song he knew to sing. It sounded too sickly sweet in her ears. She couldn't help but listen to him. "Your child is okay. I'm happy it's fine." He hushed her gently, as he kept stroking her lovingly. Subconsciously, she sank deeper into his arms, feeling her heart jump with hope with his gentle words. It was only because he panicked after all, Leyla thought to herself. He's only human. The stress surely clouded his judgment. He doesn't hate his child after all. "Still, I need to have it, to have you again," he continued, before his arms marginally tightened around her frail form. "But I must admit, I find myself rather furious with it." Layla's heart leapt to her throat in his words, a cold dread slowly filling her. "I keep watching you cherish it dearly, and yet you keep casting me aside, declaring your endless hate for me, and I can't stand it," he hissed, holding her closer to him with every passing statement. "I needed to have you, and yet I hate it so much because you love it so." She looked up at him, in a mix of trepidation and confusion. He looked straight into her eyes, as the sunlight cast shadows over his face. Was she still in a fevered hallucination? Leyla couldn't help but wonder. It must be, she desperately wished. She couldn't imagine any father talking about their child like he was. Surely this was just a nightmare she conjured up in her fever, like the many others she imagined about his torture of her. "I know better than to do it, but I can't help but want to lock you up all over again." Matthias smiled at her. "Even if I hostage that child you bear, I'll do it, so long as you stay by my side." He cupped her cheeks lovingly, staring at her glassy, wide eyes with great adoration. "I can do anything, no matter how extreme, just to keep you with me." He kept talking about how she drove him to be like this, and how he only knew how to be with her like this. How it pained him to see her suffering so much, getting sick and delirious. And as he spouted about himself, and his treatment of her, the child in her belly kept moving, almost as if it loved hearing his voice, no matter how cruel his words were. Leyla couldn't help but be mesmerized by him either. "But I'm still so happy," he continued as he kept smiling at her, "because I still have you in my arms like this." Her mind was warring, but her body and child were settled with him. "I'm like this, Leyla. To you, I'll be this monster forever." He grinned, and still, she can't bring herself to pull away. "And one day this monster will kill you," he declared, "and even though I will be the death of you, I can't help but love you anyway." Matthias sighed as he kept muttering nonsense to her. He then kissed the golden hair he had wrapped in one hand. In the beginning, he knew that he would never do anything to ruin this woman's hair. He already knew at the moment when he pledged to find and kill her. And if he couldn't have her, he would kill her and escape with only this piece of her with him as he escaped his crazed longing. "My queen, the ruler of my life, how can I kill you?" He wondered longingly as he stroked Layla's face in a gentle caress as if he were an old man trembling with fear in the face of such beauty. Even when this woman kept hurting him, and tearing his heart apart, he was all too willing to smile and die to be with her. And yet, his love was only ever poison for Leyla. There is only one thing Matthias could do for his queen. "Go then, Leyla," he whispered, letting her golden locks finally slip from his grasp. His other hand still gently touched her cheeks, imprinting her blinding beauty in his memory, to burn it in his mind for eternity, making him a madman all over again. If this was where their relationship would run its course, there's only so much Matthias could say now. "Get well soon," he whispered against her skin, "and leave me then." It was all he could do, wasn't it? It was all he should ever do, and yet still, his heart was raging against it. He let out a hollowed laugh, chuckling mirthlessly at his last command to her. Letting her go was a death sentence to him. He loved everything about this woman. Her lips, her hair, her eyes, even more so when they're filled with relentless tears. Even when she trembled at the sight of him, even when others scorned him now for his obsession with her. He'll bask in this hell he'd created because it led him to her. He still wanted to keep her by his side, to take her child and shackle her with him forever, even if she'll loathe him for eternity. He'll gladly take up the role of her monster, the villain in her life, and proudly so, just to trap her with him. But he also knew the woman he loved the most, the one he was crazy in love with. She was Leyla, one who thrived more when she was free and beautiful as a bird. Like the girl of Arvis, who for her whole life, sat alone on a rainy day in her quaint cabin, and spent the entirety reading the books she loved. "Leyla, if I can't be your sky," he rasped longingly, "then I'll let you go." Because even if he were to let her go, his love for her will never wane. Not for a long time. He'll bring it with him to his very grave, even if it means living endlessly in tortured pain, without salvation in sight. "But I will love you, and I will endure this loss of you. Leyla, my dear Leyla, please." "So go." Matthias' voice was as soft as the wind. Leyla just stared at him with mesmerizing eyes. His agony and beauty were so hypnotizing to her. "Fly into your sky, far away from me, before my love finally kills you." He still couldn't bear to say the words, but for now, he'll settle for one last parting kiss on her forehead. "Fare thee well, Leyla." The child in her stomach was fluttering light and actively. It was still dancing enthusiastically to their father's words. Leyla could feel a warmth wash over her with his kiss on her forehead. What a beautiful dream this was! And yet, what sadness it gave her in return. "Cry, even better if you beg." Chapter 138. On such a beautiful day. The fever further simmered down, so the time for Leyla's full consciousness to return won't be long now. With her health gradually improving, she had taken to sleeping like a log most of the time in her recovery. But for the most part, Kyle continued to fret over her condition and the babies, even when he knew the worst had already come to pass. He knew this because while he was still a novice as a medical student, he had been shadowing his father for a long time. He knew there could still be further complications that could spring up with a patient like Leyla. The fever itself would have taken a great toll on her mental and physical health. "Uncle," she moaned, tossing and turning in bed as she called out for her dead uncle. She must be dreaming of the past again, he mused. All Kyle could do was to stay by Leyla's side, at best. But the question remained. As soon as her condition gets better, what should he do next? The answer he'd immediately concluded made Kyle's stomach churn uncomfortably. It is pure cruelty to leave Leyla by the Duke's side like this. But Kyle was only more certain that the man would never let Leyla go. He would go to such lengths just to keep her with him. Should he run away with Leyla, then? Make a break for it now, and ask forgiveness later for acting so rashly. But where would they go? In this time of war, nowhere was safe. The Duke would only be more likely to get himself in a position to raid where they were to reside, and he'd be branded a deserter, sentenced to die for abandoning his post. Not to mention Leyla was with child. The travel alone could stress her so much, either to an early grave, or early labor. "Uncle Bill, help us," Kyle quietly pleaded into the wind, raising his head to look up at the ceiling in despair. What would Uncle Bill do? He didn't know. No matter how much he gave it thought, his mind came up blank on any possible solution. All he knew was one thing, though. He needed to flee with Leyla, far away from here. He never wanted to subject her to more of the treatment she got at the hands of the Duke. He needed to come up with a way to escape. There was no other choice left for him. For Leyla's sake, and the babies, they needed to leave Matthias. The door of the room opened as soon as he wanted to tear out a handful of hair from his head. And when Kyle turned to look at who'd entered, there he was as expected. Matthias von Herhardt. Kyle made a deliberate discourtesy of not greeting, not that the Duke even noticed anyway. No, he didn't even spare a look at Kyle. His eyes already resolutely trailed on Leyla's recovering form. In a few short strides, Matthias was back at Leyla's side, stroking her cheeks as though he wasn't the one responsible for making her like this. He hated the Duke's eyes and hands, and how they roamed shamelessly over Leyla's body. "I have something to discuss with you." The Duke spoke up first, interrupting Kyle's murderous thoughts of him. Kyle clenched his jaw and nodded tersely. "So speak," he offered rather rudely, but the Duke did not react. "Not here," Matthias told him as he swept Leyla's baby hair behind her ears, and finally straightened up once more. But leaving Leyla alone, Kyle began to protest when the door swung open and revealed the young nursing officer who had just entered, immediately cutting off Kyle's concerns. Confused at the sudden newcomer, Kyle could only look back dumbly at the Duke. "I think this is adequate to ease your concerns," Matthias coolly pointed out, "so come, Etman. There are things I need to discuss with you." "I don't have anything to talk about with Major Herhardt," Kyle spat, unwilling to follow any more commands from such a monster. "This is not a request, Private Etman." Matthias stared at him indifferently. "It's an order by your direct superior. Anything less than obedience is strictly forbidden." Matthias' gaze on Kyle hardened as he pulled rank once more, making Kyle snap his lips shut in an attempt to mitigate instigating the Duke's ire. Talking back would only prove more troublesome in the future. Leyla needed him, so for now, Kyle will hold his tongue. But before Kyle could even answer back, Matthias turned on his heels and left the room. Kyle hesitated for a moment before he eventually got up and followed suit. The discussion between the two men lasted longer than anticipated as soon as they began a baffling conversation. One that Kyle Etman never expected from a cruel man. Middle. The atmosphere of the meeting held at the 6th Army Command was quite friendly. Military plans prepared for years in preparation for the war were going smoothly, and the important goal of occupying Siena was achieved early on. It was an achievement that mocked the people who tried so hard to avoid participating in the war at all. "Since the 4th Army is advancing to the Western Front, we have decided to keep the unit here as a reserve force to stabilize the rear supply line around the occupied area for the time being," the commander standing in front of the map said forcefully. General von Delman, who possessed a lithe body and wore glasses, looked very fit for someone well over 60. "We need to overpower the troublesome guerrillas properly." His eyes narrowed as his fingers went up the supply road from Berg to the southern part of Lovita to the end of the baton on the map laid out in the middle of the meeting. Lovitans in the occupied territories kept resisting back by blocking roads or cutting telephone lines. Occasionally, attacks on supply vehicles or attacks on the Bergs were gaining momentum, which raised the commander's anger. "That's why we shouldn't get too complacent in managing these occupied areas," General von Delman reiterated, with a small hint of regret. He consistently expressed the need to rule the occupied area with fear, but the Emperor and the Crown Prince felt otherwise and did not take stern orders to follow the rules specified in the international treaty. Amongst the officers in the meeting was Matthias, who sat up straight and listened carefully to the commander's explanation of future operations and plans. "If the situation on the battlefield remains unchanged, it is likely he will be stationed in Siena for at least a few more weeks." Which meant he only had a limited amount of time to send Leyla away within that same time frame. His breathing turned ragged for a while at the thought of sending her away from him, but Matthias soon regained his composure. "Major Herhardt." The commander's voice cut through sharply into his attention. He had been grazing his eyes over the commander's and the meeting gaze as he looked through barracks when they landed on the major. "We need a messenger to report the situation to the rear units," the commander began, "and thanks to the guerrillas, protected by the international treaty, making communication difficult, you'd be most suitable for the task." He finished before his eyes narrowed challengingly at the Duke. "Besides, aren't you close friends to His Highness the Crown Prince?" Regardless of what Matthias wanted, the commander had already made up his mind. He knew he couldn't do anything to change the order. The 8th Army in the rear units was directly led by the Crown Prince. He was the most difficult opponent to deal with, so choosing a messenger was also quite difficult. "Yes, General." Matthias accepted his orders without any protest, while his mind was already turning over plans. It would be good for Leyla to leave her room for a while. The fresh air might even do Matthias some good. "I'll get to it at once." Satisfied with his compliance, the general nodded at him in the affirmative before continuing. The task wasn't something he would normally assign to a soldier like Major Herhardt. With the rumors going around as well, He was worried that the major had gone insane from the war as well. Fortunately, it seemed to be just that, rumors. Changing his mind to give a lecture on the dignity of a noble officer, the commander concluded the meeting, finally concluding it a little early. At least this afternoon, the young officers of the Berg army would have to thank the enemy for this small respite. To be exact, to the guerrillas of the enemy country who gave him this ever-growing headache. This matter is urgent, so you must leave as soon as possible. He finished with those parting words to Matthias. With a throbbing forehead, he left the conference room, effectively dismissing the meeting. Matthias stood up from his seat, when the hat he'd been wearing toppled off his head. When he stepped out of the building after his uniform was neat and fixed enough, the dazzling sunlight almost blinded him as stray rays hit his eyes. The sun was high up in the sky today, and it made the world shine with it. Matthias laughed mirthlessly at himself at the thought. Was he projecting himself in nature? He wasn't sure. However, even at that moment, his upright posture and eyes did not seem shaken at all. "We're all set for departure, Major," announced the driver, who had rushed to his side. Matthias, who nodded briefly, turned around before he climbed onto the mobile vehicle. The car carrying him soon left the square. Middle. The strange child was still wandering in the forest and crying incessantly. Now the sound was close enough, she could hear it from the cabin. Is he waiting for her mother? Looking for her? Was someone looking for the child in return? Leyla sat on a chair on the porch and pondered over it while enjoying the wind whispering past her gently. Leyla was well acquainted with the sadness of being abandoned by a mother, one that would not return no matter how long she waited. If they were the same, she could only feel sorry for the child. However, Leyla could not find it in herself to go looking for the child herself. She usually wasn't so indifferent, but she feared what she'd find if she would. "Oh, Uncle Bill," Leyla exclaimed joyfully and leapt up to Uncle Bill, who came back with a fully loaded cart. Her skirt fluttered as she skipped along the steps. "There's a child in the forest," she informed him, and he nodded. "All right. I see," Uncle Bill replied thoughtfully as he was organizing his muddy tools. "The child keeps crying," she pointed out, as if Uncle Bill was deaf to its cries, and tilted her head at him. "What should we do?" she asked him nervously, waiting eagerly for his solution. "I think they're looking for their mom," she piped up, as she stood by his side, watching him clean his tools. "Though it's most likely they aren't coming for them," she finished, with a defeated sigh. "Then you should go," Uncle Bill finally piped up, and Leyla blinked at him in shock and confusion. "Me?" She looked in the general direction of where she could hear the child crying. "But I don't know them," she pointed out, aghast. "That's weird." Uncle Bill, who was still looking at Leyla, burst into laughter, looking at her with a wide smile. Yet it was equally sad. "Leyla, do you not know them?" he questioned. "Think harder, you might be surprised to know how much you know about them." "Really?" She blinked at him, before frowning, huddling closer to her uncle. "So, who is it?" "Me? I don't know." Uncle Bill shrugged playfully at her, refusing to give her any clear answer. "Go and meet them. You'll find out when you see them." After saying that, Uncle Bill took his newly cleaned tools and entered the cabin. She wanted to follow him, but Leyla eventually changed her mind and turned toward the forest path where the child's cry could be heard. As soon as she reached the clearing, she saw the child. It was a little boy crouched down on the side of the road in the summer forest where the birds would be singing, all snot-nosed and sniffling. "Hello?" Leyla, who was hesitant about what to say, called out eventually in a friendly greeting. The child lifted his tear-soaked face and looked up at Leyla. His eyes were wide and blue, as clear and pretty as glass beads. "Why are you alone?" She couldn't help but ask. "Where's your mom?" Leyla carefully took another step closer, trying to appear friendly, but the child only looked at Leyla without sound or a peep from him. "Who the hell is this kid?" She couldn't help but wonder in confusion. The more she thought further about it, the child looked familiar, yet different and unfamiliar at the same time. Who was he? Leyla suddenly stopped walking. Her heart was pounding and my breathing was disturbed. Leyla quickly whipped her head and looked at the cabin at the end of the road. Today, yesterday, and tomorrow. They were all melding together in an endless cycle. Deep inside her, Leyla knew she would end up only here. Where every day was the beginning of summer. Here where the buds did not bloom, and the eggs in the water bird's nest remained the same. The same was true of the rambunctious commotion up ahead with the return of Duke Herhardt, who'd finished his service on the overseas front. In this peaceful time, Leyla wanted to go back to the early summer of her 18th year, and live in it forever. So she shouldn't know the child, but she had to look back, and see more of the child Uncle Bill swore she would recognize. No, she has to go back. She still had to prepare dinner, and after that, she would study for the test with Kyle. But she thought she knew the child. She should know the child. More specifically, she thought she knew who the child would end up to be, about 20 years later. Leyla looked at him. She saw him be just like the person she hated the most in the world and loved as much as she hated him. Leyla approached the child hesitantly. As she approached, one step after another, she felt her pick up her pace before she ran and scooped the child up in her arms, and sobbed relentlessly as she snuggled him close to her breast. The wind around them shook the forest, whipping around the two ceaselessly. When she opened her eyes again, she was riding her bike on the road leading to Arvis again. As she turned the corner of the street, a green-colored platinous road unfolded. A tall man in the uniform of an officer of the Berg Empire was walking leisurely down the road. At the moment when the sound of the chain winding harmonized with the sound of the wind shaking the leaves, Leyla's bicycle passed by the man swiftly without a second thought. But something in her urged her to look back. She'd regret it if she wouldn't. And so she did. Leyla looked back bewitched, even though she thought she shouldn't give in to it. She made eye contact with the man who was looking at her. The moment made her heart beat faster in her chest and muted all the sounds around her. Leyla lost her balance. How fortunate it was that the wheels of the fallen bicycle were spinning in vain endlessly. It was like a mirror of her, and she ended up stuck looking at it. She failed to completely notice him nearing her, until his shadows blanketed her fallen frame. He approached her. And when she looked up, she knew at that moment everything would begin again for her too. This was her undoing, and her salvation. So at the beginning of that summer, on such a beautiful day, Leyla slowly opened her eyes in that clear memory. She stroked her belly first. The child responded immediately in soft fluttering kicks. "I'm sorry." She sat up and apologized several times. "I'm so sorry to say I don't know you, baby." She took a deep breath, and raised her head, before she felt her heart jump much like it did that day. It always would beat for him, and him alone. She had mistaken it, so wrongly, to be terror or great anxiety around him. And maybe there were times it was that, but that wasn't entirely true. She knew it now, more certain than ever what she truly felt for him. Leyla. Kyle, who'd just returned back into the room, immediately rejoiced as he dropped to his knees beside where she lay. "You're awake," he laughed joyfully. "You're finally awake," he praised. "Oh, this is great news." He beamed at her, before holding up something for her to see. "I have some excellent news for you." Leyla looked back at him blankly, before looking down at what Kyle was pointing at. In his hands was a document, and the seal on it was the Duke's. Cry, even better if you beg. Chapter 139, Last Chance. Leyla had remained silent since waking up and had been presented with the documents. She read them, and understood them, her face all calm and composed. She didn't know whether she should be happy, or surprised. All she knew was that she was neither of those things. Nothing but a blank slate as she read them over. She just calmly nodded her head, still as tranquil as she was from the start. "Leyla?" Kyle called out softly for her attention. She'd been so silent, that he immediately became concerned for her. He might have inadvertently worsened her condition, springing this all up when she'd just finally recovered. "What about him?" She finally rasped out, still calm and composed, eyes looking over the room in search of him. "The Duke's not here," Kyle kindly supplied. "He'd been called elsewhere." "And you haven't?" "No, I wasn't," Kyle responded with equal calm, not wanting to aggravate her further. "I left to deliver you the news," He was tasked to relay a message to the rear unit, where His Highness was located. When Leyla remained silent, Kyle continued. They said it'll take about 3 days to complete the assignment. 3 days. She echoed back in a hollowed voice, repeated back his words like a child learning how to speak. But it's fine now, Leyla, okay? Kyle smiled at her eagerly. You can leave while he's gone. No one would stop you too, because the Duke gave the order. I see, she mumbled unenthusiastically. So you don't have to worry anymore, Leyla. Kyle told her soothingly. Those documents were also drafted by the Duke himself. His promise to never go after you. Promise. Her mind echoed uselessly. She glanced down at the documents once more and reread them all over again, her mind still refusing to understand it. The Duke promised to lay the groundwork for Leyla Lewellin and her child to live without any inconvenience. It was neither out of sympathy, nor a sense of duty for impregnating her after all. Just the bare minimum effort should she allow it. He even added a clause that no one would interfere nor inconvenience Leyla at all, not unless she would allow it. He also guaranteed that the child in her womb would be named Matthias von Herhardt's legitimate child, should she choose to allow it. But regardless of whether she did or not, she was free to raise her child as she saw fit. He concluded it with an irrevocable acceptance of whatever she desired from him. Her wishes would not be contested. Yet despite this, there too were still conditions she needed to fulfill. Seeing as she's still pregnant, she will be housed in the safest region in Berg Empire territory. Should she decide to leave at a later time, she was welcome to do so, but only after she'd given birth. It was his only stipulation. Everything else was for her to decide to do. Whether she'd go to Rats, she had the Herhardt family lawyers at her disposal to assist in whatever she wanted to make happen. Choice, respect, freedom. All these three were perfectly outlined in the document, something in her twisting and coiling uncomfortably. Freedom to choose and respect for her decisions. She stared at the document that prioritized her will more than anything else. Something like that was non-existent for the entirety of the time she spent with him. This seemed too good to be true. Yet why did she feel so empty now he was letting her go? That morning's conversation was not a dream. The single thought made her freeze. Unable to comprehend what's next now. It's too much to travel now, right? Kyle asked Leyla impatiently. How about leaving tomorrow? One look in her eyes made Kyle know that she was still too unfocused. He knew it. The news was brought too soon, too eagerly. He didn't want to push Leyla to make a decision now, not when she hadn't fully healed yet, but in his excitement, he forgot how fragile she still was. In his defense, the Duke offering such a thing was completely surreal for him. He'd seen the Duke's madness, with or without Leyla, and he'd hardly seemed willing to let her go, even when it meant killing his child. How can he just let Leyla go? A complete 180 decision. And not a moment too soon after he swore he'd kill his child. Even with the documents, it was still unbelievable. Which also contributed more to Kyle's anxiety and the whole change of heart. His tune changed too quickly before, who knows how long it would take before he changes his tune again. He'd been instructed to move in with Leyla while he was away from Siena. They were already preparing for them a place to stay in. Instead of a random house damaged by the bombing. He figured she could stay there for the time being to recover enough to be able to handle the long journey back to Berg. And then they'd settle in Rats. This was the final order the Duke gave him before he left. Are you okay, Leyla? He asked tentatively, and she finally looked up at him, eyes indecipherable and blank as she looked at him. You must still be in shock, he began softly, smiling at her with understanding. I know this is a lot to take in. I, too, thought it surreal. Kyle reached out, grasped her frail fists, and wrapped warm, gentle hands around hers. He barely held back his excitement as he knew well that it was still too early for him to celebrate. So cold. She still felt so cold. Where was her warmth? But I promise you, this is real. There is no longer any reason for you to be scared. He beamed at her, excited for her. Now she could be free from the Duke. He got Leyla back. His insides were giddy, and his heart full. He could almost burst into happiness at her freedom. Things could go back to the way it was before. That summer when they were still barely adults before everything went wrong and kept going wrong. A movement and she pulled away from him and placed the documents in her hand on the side table. She looked at it blankly, before gingerly, she swung her legs over the bed and stood up. Kyle instinctively reached out to help her stand, but she shook her head tersely in denial. She wanted no help. But she couldn't help feeling lost and empty. So he followed her tentatively, vigilant to help should she need him. She walked a few more paces, sluggish and stumbling quite a few times as she approached the door that kept her locked in. Frail hands wrapped around the cool metal of the knob. And she twisted. It swung open. The door creaked, and her eyes watered at the sight of the open door. While battered and bruised from the locks it once held, the wood of the door was completely devoid of any of it now. Her fingertips trailed in awe at the indents of the missing locks. No more resistance in front of her, between her, and around her. She'd gotten away. She was truly free of him. Middle. The car stopped once more, its wheels getting stuck in another pit of mud. It frustrated the driver so much with how much it kept happening, that by now, he gave up on getting there within schedule. "I'm sorry, Major," apologized the troubled driver. Matthias only gave him a slight nod of acknowledgement before he got out of the car. The downpour of rain for the past 2 days had practically turned the muddied road into mush. But it was the best route they could take, with the rest of the proper roads and bridges turned to rubble by the ongoing war. "The sun is going to set soon, by then it'll be too dangerous to move at night," said the lieutenant with a concerned look as he observed the skies overhead. "Sunset would begin soon. If we continue with our course, we'll reach a base for our unit within an hour," Matthias assessed. "Let's stop there for the night." "Yes, Major," agreed the lieutenant, immediately heading off to help the other 2 soldiers in pushing their vehicle out of the mud pit, while barking orders. Matthias took note of the time, before pulling out a single stick of cigarette, and lit it up. He smoked for a moment before he started to ask himself the questions he'd never answer. Once he returns, he knows he won't be with Leyla anymore. But that didn't mean he wanted to waste his time like this either. But that's just it. His whole time in existence will end up being wasted without her by his side. A bitter smile appeared on his lips, recognizing the growing nervousness in himself. His days will end up like this, full of blandness and routine. Nothing will change in his life anymore now that she would leave him. Perhaps he should also hurry up and let her go as well. The front here was stable. Even if the guerrillas in trouble, it will not be difficult to advance because the troops and supply lines in the rear are stable. However, the Crown Prince was concerned about the overly quiet Confederate forces. Matthias himself had the same concern. They had a huge setback from the beginning, and even now, the enemy's strategic locations are falling more quickly than before. It was an odd pattern. It didn't add up at all. While the rest of their troops thought it to be an overwhelming victory, a small voice in the back of his head kept reminding him of the possibility it was a strategic loss instead of the Lewellin forces. What if there was a trap being put in place? What if at this very moment, the supply routes for the Berg army are being blocked and scavenged? Especially now that they're deep in Lewellin territory. The Crown Prince expressed concern, assuming the worst case. Of course, General von Delman, who is confident that there are no more countries left to help the Confederacy, will not back down. Emperor's will. It was Yandere, the kingdom across the sea, who held the key to the situation. They, who were the most trusted allies of Lewellin, have already been sluggish for months and avoiding participation. It would be nice to remain as a traitor, but it was difficult to be optimistic because Lewellin would try to drag them down to the front even if it grabbed them by the collar. If any counterattack begins, Siena will turn into ground zero of a full-scale war between the 2 regions. Before that could happen, he needed to quickly find a way to send Leyla back to Berg. "It's over, Major." The soldiers who were ready to depart raised their voices and called him. Matthias, who finally stopped smoking as he stomped out the cigarette into the cold, muddy ground, began heading towards them when he suddenly stopped with a frown. His eyes narrowed as he immediately began scanning their surroundings. Noticing the sudden change in him, One of his soldiers thought to point it out. "Major, are there more prob?" He was immediately hushed when Matthias held a hand up to stop him from speaking any further. The rest of his men also stopped whatever they'd been doing, waiting for what Matthias was seeing to make itself known to them as well. They were already near the base, but that didn't matter. With no warning aside from the ominous churning in their guts, men from all around them sprung up in camouflaged outfits and ambushed them. Gunshots rang throughout the desolate road, and birds had fled from the trees they'd rested in, effectively disturbing the once peaceful country road. Middle. 3 days had passed since they left. Yet there wasn't a sight of him returning. Leyla couldn't help but fret over his absence. Her mind was unable to settle with not knowing where he could be as she stayed vigilant by the window, waiting to catch any sight of him. With a click and a turn on the door's knob behind her, her heart leapt from her chest in anticipation, before she saw who it had just arrived. Her heart felt a little dismayed upon seeing it was Kyle. Kyle was looking at her with an encouraging and gentle smile. "Are you ready?" he asked her kindly. Deep down, he tried not to show his disappointment at seeing how eager Leyla still was to wait for the Duke's return. He knew that's why she kept watching by the window. She wanted to see the Duke return. "It's time to go now, Leyla," he gently prodded. He knew it was still difficult for her to move around, much less travel back to Berg, but anywhere was better than staying in what is essentially a war zone. Especially for a pregnant woman. "Kyle." Leyla began to protest, but Kyle decided to push forward. "This is all you need, right?" he asked as he calmly picked up her luggage bag at the end of the bed, trying to keep his tone light and kind. "I'm Kyle," she persisted, and at this, he couldn't help but sigh. "You have to leave the man, Leyla," he urged her, his expression turning serious and pleading as he looked her in the eye. He wasn't going to lie to himself, or to her. But since the Duke told him of letting go of Leyla, he'd succumb to his fantasies of living his dream of being with Leyla. The war would soon end, and they'd live in rats, wait with each other, and he'd raise her kid like his own. And somewhere along the years they'd be together, perhaps raising his child with her too. They'd be the happy family they'd always dreamed of having. He was on cloud 9 until he saw Leyla's reaction upon waking up. He was not what she wanted in the end. "I'm not trying to force you to come back to me," Kyle added when she saw her beginning to protest once more. "I thought you knew me better than that, Leyla." He smiled sadly at her. His wishful thinking was just that. A fairy tale-like future that would forever remain in his mind, but never in reality. He already knew it. He wasn't going to lie to himself about this either. After all, he'd been her best friend first, before she accepted him as her lover. And that was the Kyle she wanted. The Kyle she missed. Not him who loved her, but he who was just content to be her friend. He'd want nothing more than to play the blind fool in love with her. But he can't forever play the fool or be blind to the truth. Leyla would never want him to raise a child, not his own. Even more so when she doesn't love him as much as he loves her. It was her undeniable truth. Their undeniable truth. But that didn't mean he didn't want to see her find her happiness and heal from all the hurt she'd gone through. He'd learned to be content as her friend instead, because as much as he wanted to be with her, he'd rather see her happy instead. "All I want is for you to be happy," he began, a frown marring his features as he looked at her. "And forgive me for saying this, but that man can never make you and the child happy." With all the things the Duke did to her, was willing to do to her, all he'd seen was Leyla suffering just to be by his side. And she'd not had a single moment to heal any of the hurt before he gave her more and newer traumas. It would mess anyone up. And Leyla was no exception. "You're not in the right mindset right now," Kyle explained to her gently. "Believe it or not, this whole ordeal left you quite unable to make proper judgments as of this moment. So please, can you trust me for now?" Unable to contest his claims, Leyla fell silent as she fretted over what her head was saying and what Kyle was telling her. She should be able to understand him. After all, it wasn't as though Kyle was lying to her. He'd bullied her, blackmailed, and raped her. Coerced her forcefully or willingly to be with him. It was obvious he didn't love her at all. Everything was just an obsession and desire thought to be love. But it wasn't. Love shouldn't have to hurt. It was not love at all, even when she thought it could be. Kyle, who approached, held Leyla's hand, and slowly, but firmly moved toward the door of the room. Leyla followed Kyle in a dazed mood as if walking on a cloud, unable to see beyond her worries about leaving the Duke behind. To see she had left him behind. Just as the door in front of her opened up, Marquis Lindman showed up in front of them, making their trek outside the room come to a halt. "Are you going to leave?" he asked with no qualms, as he leaned against the wall in front of them. His eyes were sharp and indifferent, even as his gaze landed on her. "Miss Lewellin, are you going to just leave him?" The Duke himself allowed her to leave. Kyle shot back at him with a stern glare. "So this isn't any of your concern." He blocked Riet from getting closer to Leyla, and the nobleman's attention shifted to him. "You think you're different from him?" he asked Kyle critically, who bristled at the implication. "We're in a hurry, Marquis Lindman, so if you'll excuse us, we have places to be." Kyle huffed out indignantly, trying to lead Leyla away when Riet persisted. "Look, I'm not making any excuses for Matthias, okay? He's sick and crazy for doing those things," but he looked pleadingly at Leyla, whose eyes were now on him, looking from behind Kyle's shoulder. Looking at him expectantly as if she was just waiting for a reason to stay. "Miss Lewellin, he came all this way just for you." "Marquis, Matthias wouldn't do that for just anyone. Wouldn't give up his marriage, and volunteer for a high-risk mission when he had an out." Riet persisted, and Layla's heart clenched in her chest. "Wouldn't come all this way to get you back if he didn't have feelings." He looked so earnest, pleading with her to understand. But she couldn't let her hopes get up. "He's only obsessed with her. He's only ever wanted her because she was beautiful and easy to break when he wanted. Nothing more." "What are you talking about?" she murmured, her heart already filling with treacherous hope. "He broke off his engagement, just before volunteering to take the lead on this front. So he can come to get you back from Siena," Riet informed her. He looked bashful and embarrassed in admitting it, just as Layla's cheeks flushed with warmth and happiness at hearing about his effort to come to get her. "It changes nothing," Kyle interjects seriously as he glares at Riet. "He's letting Leyla go because he knows it's what's best for her." At this, he turned to Leyla. "And just because he is not marrying Lady Claudine, does not negate every horrible thing he's done to you either." "No, Kyle. And if you think it's for the child's best interest, then think again as well, Leyla," Kyle continued. "Do you truly think, after what he just tried to do, he'd make a good father?" Her child. That's right. She had her child to think about. At the sudden reminder, Leyla looked down to look at her swollen belly. His feelings, whatever they were, they're not normal. Whatever he feels for her and her child, would never be. Perhaps he knew this fact too, and that's why he finally let her go. Set her free. Set them both free of him. Miss Lewellin. Riet tried protesting by urging her to search for his feelings and ignore logic instead, but Kyle stood resolutely between them, calling for her to think rationally rather than with her heart. "Please, just give him one last chance," Riet pleaded with her. "Be his miracle." Kyle looked at her softly, yet imploringly all the same. "It's time to go, Leyla. Cry, even better if you beg." Chapter 140. That's all. It was a day later, in the afternoon, when the unit they sent out to send a message to their prince finally returned. Everyone felt relief upon their return, but it soon turned into a grim atmosphere upon seeing the state of their soldiers. Upon giving their report, the higher-ups were made aware about the ambush they encountered. One of them got injured by a gunshot and had immediately been rushed to their makeshift infirmary to get treated. The others, who had minor injuries, were treated briefly before they immediately resumed their way back to Siena. As soon as they arrived, it was only then revealed that the injured party was none other than Matthias von Herhardt. He'd foregone getting treated as he prioritized informing the Crown Prince first of the recent developments. As soon as Riet heard the news, he immediately made his way towards the infirmary, just in time to see Matthias finishing his treatment. "I heard you got hurt. Are you okay?" Riet asked with great concern, eyes raking over his cousin's figure worriedly. He didn't look to be in pain, or in any way injured at all. Had he heard wrong after all? Without bothering to acknowledge, or even answer his question, Matthias just bypassed him with an indifferent expression, carrying the unmistakable smell of disinfectant. "Hey, answer me. Where did you get hurt? How did you get hurt?" Riette asked after him, hastily matching his strides. "And what happened with Miss Lewellin? Why did you let her go so suddenly, huh? Answer me," Riette demanded when Matthias made no indication he was even listening to him. He remained resolutely silent for a few moments, before half-heartedly answering the question sent his way before leaving him in the dust once again. Not even a single emotion was shown on Matthias' face as he answered the questions nonchalantly. He'd gone back to that perfect Duke of Arvis persona of his, and Riette didn't like how he regressed to his usual self. "Has the war made you deaf, after all?" Riette asked in disbelief, still persistent in getting answers. Real answers. He'd seen how Matthias was all his life. Known for his stubbornness and willfulness all his life. There was no way he'd let go of Leyla so easily, and go back to the shell he once was. Not when he'd seen how crazy Matthias had acted when it came to Leyla. And now he'd just let her go like that? Back in the arms of the doctor's son, no less. It was unbelievable. And that's why Riette couldn't help but feel so unsettled by this abrupt change. It was so unlike Matthias. The Matthias they all knew to be. They soon reached room 308, and Matthias stood in front of it with darkened eyes. The first indication Riette had that his cousin was indeed affected by these things. He can't even hide his current displeasure from Riette right now. The conflict was warring visibly in his expression. His anger, his acceptance, his resignation, and his expectations. They emerged back and forth as if Matthias is arguing deep within himself about how he should handle these things. Anyone else would have missed these minuscule facial changes. But Riette has been watching Matthias all his life. He'd learned to read him in that time as well. The word was at the tip of his tongue, but thick-head Riette thought instead, unwilling to say anything worse about his cousin, even in the shelter of his mind. He pursed his lips to a thin line as he waited to see what Matthias would do. Wasting not a moment more, Matthias reached out to grasp the handle of the door and twisted. As soon as it opened, it revealed a well-lit room, from the shining sun outside the room's windows. Every mess he'd seen before he left was now pristinely arranged and fixed. There wasn't even a trace of a woman's touch left behind. Not a trace of Leyla was left for him. Matthias remained there for some time as he had rapped and held the door handle with whitened knuckles. His eyes wandered all over the room in silence. On Matthias' face was a slight, yet despairing smile. He did it. He finally did it. He let her go. And she left, and took his purpose and heart with her in the process. And yet instead of the burning need to have her back, the obsession to know where she'd gone and the madness of her leaving him overwhelming him like it once did, there was only a calm acceptance washing over him. Leyla was forever lost to him after all. She wouldn't forever be his, after all. And it made him feel so empty inside. Yet for now, the emptiness was bearable. Manageable. There was no point in denying it. All he had left to do was to get used to the empty feeling inside him with time. For this is how he'll live out the rest of his life without her by his side. Matthias, finally and quietly, crossed the threshold of the room. Riette dutifully followed after him. "The guts you have, doing such a crazy thing just to end up like this." Riette finally spoke up. "You left Claudine behind, and insulted her in front of many people, just to come here and proceed to torment Miss Lewellin. And you let her go, just like that?" Riette couldn't help but ask incredulously. The anger in him simmered up to a boil the more he thought of all the trouble Matthias left in his wake to pursue a woman, who he was just going to let leave so easily. It was insulting as it was despicable. Matthias only proceeded to unload his things and change his clothes to more comfortable ones. Riette wanted to keep going, to let rip the insults and curses he had prepared for Matthias when he finally caught sight of the bloodied shirt underneath the thick and dark coat of their army on Matthias. A shiver runs up his spine at the amount of blood on it. Ignoring his sudden silence, Matthias removed his bloodied shirt, to reveal his bandaged torso, which seemed to be sporting an ever-growing red spot, albeit minutely. That's where you were shot. It barely grazed my skin, Matthias answered dryly before he laid down on the bed, and he finally looked at Riette, who'd begun to approach him, swearing under his breath at Matthias' lack of self-care. Judging by how you look, you should be hospitalized. This is the battlefield. Exactly. It's a battlefield. Getting shot could get you killed. Riette knew that hospitalization or transportation to the rear units where it was safer was next to impossible, being this deep in a war zone, especially with this type of injury during the war. But he couldn't control his worry over his cousin. And yet Matthias remained to stare at him, unbothered by his still bleeding wound, leaning against the head cushion. "You're crazy," Riette muttered softly, to which Matthias acknowledged with a mirthless chuckle. At that moment, great fatigue washed over Matthias' face, broke eye contact with him, and just stared off into the space in front of him. "I want to rest, Riette," he answered. The first real answer he gave Riette since his return. Blinking his eyes back slowly, he could faintly hear his cousin muttering more about his craziness, but Matthias couldn't find it in himself to contest the claim. His woman just left him, presumably to be taken care of by someone else that wasn't him, and would never be him. And he's stuck here in the middle of the war, pretending he was fine with all of this. Indeed, only a crazy man would live through this. Riette watched as Matthias kept smirking to himself before his cousin slowly swung an arm over his eyes to block out the sun from hitting his eyes. He watched as Matthias' breathing evened out to slow and rhythmic breathing, before Riette finally decided to leave him alone. Middle. It's hot. It was what she said on the last night they spent together. Leyla, who woke up after tossing and turning, whispered to him with her eyes wide open. Of course, Matthias thought she saw him as either Bill Remmer or Kai Letman, and looked at her with a disdainful expression. It's hot. It's frustrating. She kept complaining before she pulled the blanket down, acting like an irritated child about to throw a tantrum. Matthias moved to stop her before he went to the bathroom and brought a towel soaked in cold water. Lately, he'd gotten good at wiping only the edge of her forehead gently so that her body temperature did not drop too much. "I want to go out." Leyla whined again at him, just as soon as he put down the wet towel. Eyeing her dryly, he quickly noted she was still half asleep the entire time. Matthias sat in a chair on the side of the bed and covered it with the blanket that Leyla had removed in her fit. "This is frustrating. I want to go get some fresh air." "Not now," Matthias whispered sternly, even as he soothed and swept Layla's hair away from covering her forehead. Layla's pale face was as clear as the light of dawn when she asked, "It's still cold and dark outside, Leyla, but I still want to go. I'm going to do whatever I want." She huffed out before she blinked back bleary eyes as she stared right into his eyes. "I live to torment you, after all. I need to," she grumbled, even half delirious. Matthias' chest tightened. "Leyla, I hate you so much." She trailed off, "So I'm going to torture you as much as I can." Her threats would have sounded more convincing if it wasn't for the obvious fact she was falling right back asleep. She was sleep-drunk, and actively insulting him, but he couldn't help but smile anyway now that she was seeing him. He could live with her like this, every day. He'd accept her hate if he couldn't have her love. "So torture me," he begged her, even as he whispered the words enticingly at her. Layla's eyes only became blank at his answer, blinking fast as she fought hard to stay awake to keep her torment over him. "Torture me, as much as you want." "Really?" she asked, eyes wide, yet still on the verge of sleep. "Really?" she hummed, eyes closed as though she was deep in thought. Her next words were beginning to sound slurry. "Of course, you have to." Her eyes were already half closed. She proceeded to mutter a few incoherent words after that, but soon returned to a night of deep sleep. Matthias, who had been looking at the figure endlessly, reached out to hold Layla's limp hand before he turned to the window, and watched as the morning dawned and the warm sun shone. The window was opened up a little, and let the sea breeze that blew in envelop him in a pleasantly cool and soft feeling. With Layla's hands held tightly, he sat down deeply against the nearby chair, enjoying the sun and wind, and before his eyes drifted closed slowly, the lovely woman who looked at him not too long ago as though she was pampering him with affection, was about to disappear the moment she woke up. Reality will come again and destroy his fantasy. Her eyes would continue to look at him with great disdain and rejection. She'd never change how she felt about him. And so he planted his last forehead kiss on her sleepy head. Just for this moment, he would think this as a continuation of their lovely times together, even as she revealed her love to him back then to be all just a lie. Let him have this moment with her. This would be his last after all, so that the intimate and sweet time can be kept as the last memory of the time we spent together. Matthias was content to bring this memory to his grave. That was enough. It had to be. It wasn't until the long sunset of the impending evening that Matthias lowered his arm from covering his face. His gaze at the rosy sky was as still as the serene evening landscape. He was alone. He let her go, and she left. And he was left behind. That was all. Middle. The person who delivered the gift box to Leyla was the soldier who organized and brought the luggage from home. It seems like an important item. When Leyla looked at him curiously, he hesitated to explain. It was in the box. The box in the kitchen, next to the grocery box. Ah. Layla's eyes widened in realization. It was Uncle Bill's belongings. She had ignored it at first, unable to see the last vestiges of the man she considered her father. And then Matthias happened, and she forgot about it completely. Leyla hurriedly accepted it after thanking him. After the soldier who carried the luggage to the room left, Leyla found herself to be alone again. She sat on a chair by the window with a box tied with a pretty ribbon in her hand. Her residence was a small wooden house on the side of the road near the beach. Most of the furniture remained intact as if the landlord's family had rushed to evacuate. She felt ashamed to be living in such a nice house, so Leyla decided to use the guest bedroom. She wanted to just stay quiet for a while here, and leave no trace she'd live in the house when she would move again. Because she resolved she would be leaving. She needed to leave. Over and over she muttered the words to herself, to remind her not to stay and hope for more. It was just not realistic. But why did every distance she put between her and him, left her feeling like she was being choked up by a collar in her neck? Matthias reportedly returned to Siena a day later than expected. That was all Kyle said. And Leyla didn't dare ask anymore. She needed to remind herself it was all over now. She couldn't believe it, but it was. Kyle was right. Just because he ended up not marrying Claudine didn't make everything he did to her valid. That much she could see he was right about. But her days were still spent with her obsessing over the Duke, even as she watched over the peaceful scenery beyond the window. Gone was the intense sadness, pain, and hate in her heart as the reality of him setting her free finally settled in her. What was left behind was just the hollow feeling that she was alone again. It was not until the evening, when the nursing officer was supposed to stop by, that Leyla caught herself looking at the empty road in a daze. She saw the box of Uncle Bill's things, and then an impulse came over her. All of a sudden, she found herself unwrapping the ribbon on the box, and placing it on her knee. As soon as she lifted the lid off, her hands began to tremble at the sight of its contents. In it was a beautiful pair of baby shoes. He knew. Was her first thought, before laughter and tears welled out of her as she gazed at Uncle Bill's final gift to her. To them, I have something to tell you, so let's have a party. It didn't click in her at all, until this very moment what her uncle meant while saying those words as he kept stroking her head. He must have been trying to welcome the child, with such a pretty gift. He must have wanted to tell her she didn't have to hide anything from him at all. For just as he loved an orphan girl who suddenly appeared in the mail carriage one day, he was willing to love her child, too. Uncle. Tears kept spilling out of her, even as she wailed and laughed at the same time. A few moments later, now calmed down, Leyla got up after scrubbing her wet eyes. The white baby shoes were put back in the box and packed deep into the luggage bag. I'll live well. Leyla promised her uncle's soul. She was alone for now, but not forever. She still had a purpose. And now every hollow feeling that filled her heart was soon replaced with overwhelming acceptance and grief at the same time. She hadn't imagined she'd get this far without him, but she made a promise to Uncle Bill. She can do anything if he believes her. She'd grow up to become a decent adult and do everything well. He made sure to allow her to be one. Made sure she knew, even as he died, that he believed in her ability and capability. Still believes in her, even. So it was her turn now to believe in herself. She had to repay him because he believed her. "Let's leave, baby," Leyla said resolutely to the child who was yet to be born. Uncle Bill wouldn't want to see his daughter sitting helplessly like this. The Duke will keep his promise. She knew that. He was just that kind of man. He was cruel and mean, but he kept his promises, no matter how twisted they got. Leyla still hated him. She didn't think she would ever forgive him for the things he made her do. But oddly enough, she trusted him without fail. Just as his feelings for Leyla were not normal, so were Layla's feelings for him. She hated him, yet she longed to stay with him too. They were like that. They'd always been like that. And that was not normal. It was not healthy. She watched as the sunset began out of the window, and finally, Leyla learned to stop closing the curtains from falling before her story would even end. Middle. Matthias stopped on the road where Layla's residence could be seen. He found himself always stopping by, checking up on her when he could. He would wander on this road several times a day, but he never crossed the line he drew. Matthias knew it wouldn't be easy letting her go. He wanted to see her, but the desperate need in him stubbornly remained. He knew he shouldn't. But like an addict trying to get clean, he needed to wean her out of his system, bit by bit. And then he won't end up looking for her when she'd truly be unreachable for him. It was still hard for him to turn around and leave her be, not when he knew she was just within reach. He was as presentable as ever and made sure to clean up nicely whenever he'd stop by several times a day, but he knew nothing would change beyond this. He'd be stuck always watching her from afar. And he'd have to live with this. He would be okay, eventually. As long as she lived well, and he could see her, even at a distance every once in a while, he'd be okay. Therefore, he had to endure this kind of life well. He knew that sometimes, Leyla would be informed of some news about the Duke of Arvis. The news didn't shy away from any mentions of him after all, and even if he was broken up inside with her leaving, he didn't want to appear affected by it. He had a reputation and image to keep after all. But it didn't stop him from thinking about her day in and day out. She was his first love, and she would also be his last love. Of course, Matthias intended to survive the life of an empty shell. As long as Leyla is alive somewhere in the world, he would survive being without her. But he didn't think there would be a day in this life when he would love and yearn for someone again. Someone who wasn't Leyla. No one else was as beautiful and as desirable as her. If Leyla didn't exist, he would never know what real beauty looks like. Even if she'd been gone, no one would ever compare to her. They would all fall short, without fail. So he'd live as a shell, a sham of a human, for as long as he breathes. So Matthias turned away again, hoping that this wound would never heal from her. The edge of his coat shook behind him as he walked slowly, the chill of the wind making it flutter around him as he walked away. Even though he knew he would come back here again, and leave without seeing her once, he visited this place every day in perfect shape, not wanting to look less than his best for her. Just in case he ran into Leyla by chance. If he had to be hated anyway, he wanted to at least be a wonderful man physically for her. Even if it was meaningless for Leyla, Matthias hoped it counted for something at least. Laughing mirthlessly to himself about the stubborn pride he had over his image, Matthias found himself returning to the town square. The air around the Berg army had shifted. He didn't know what caused it, but he just knew something had changed since he'd been gone to visit an oblivious Leyla. There was a sense of urgency and anxiety in the air, even as the soldiers weren't actively trying to prepare for any confrontation with enemy soldiers. Major. A soldier called for him, hurriedly rushing to his side and saluting him upon sight of him. Matthias frowned, sensing trouble already was here. A sensation backed upon by the message just relayed to him. Yandere's army has joined Sienna's landing operation. An emergency meeting has been called and all commanders have been ordered to attend.